Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour. Ordre émanant du gouvernement. Prise en considération à l'étape du rapport.
Report stage of Bill C-46, an act to amend the criminal code, offenses related to conveyances, and to make consequential amendments to other acts.
There are two motions in amendment standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill C-46. Motions numbered 1 and 2 will be grouped for debate and voted upon according to the voting pattern available at the table.
I will now put motion number 1 and 2 to the House.
Motion numéro 1.
Motion number 1.
Seconded by Mr. Beaulieu. Moves that Bill C-46 be amended by deleting Clause 15. Motion numéro 2.
Motion number 2. Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands, seconded by Mr. Beaulieu, moves that Bill C-46 in Clause 31.1 be amended by replacing line 11 on page 41 with the following. By this act, that includes an evaluation of whether the provisions have resulted in differential impacts on particular groups likely to be targeted based on prohibited grounds of discrimination, and prepare a report setting out.
Debate. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour for me to rise today and speak to the amendments to Bill C-46, an act to amend the criminal code and to make consequential amendments to other acts.
Benign title. It doesn't tell us what we're debating. We're debating a bill that will deal with, I think all of us in this House can agree, the critical issue of doing whatever we can to reduce the loss of life and accidents that are just so damaging to society, that are caused by people who drink and drive or drive under the influence of other intoxicants. So the bill deals with both alcohol and drug abuse, substance abuse, and getting behind the wheel of a car. The statistics are, and we all know them, but they are absolutely devastating to imagine. As Mothers Against Drunk Driving, a group I support, the Mothers Against Drunk Driving's estimate is that in Canada every day, on average, 4 people are killed in automobile crashes. If we had the kind of attention to immediate review of auto crashes and people killed in auto crashes that we do when we're traveling in public transit, such as in an airplane, we would be on a daily basis made aware that our publicly accepted system of transport is lethal. We have a society built around the car. Our transportation networks are built around the car. We don't seem to mind the idea that our everyday method of getting from A to B involves a significant risk of death. We take it as something that's just one of those risks we live with. A car is a very powerful and potentially killing machine. In 2012, the totals were 2,546 Canadians who died in automobile crashes. But now, to the point of today's bill, 58.8% of those crashes involved a driver who had had at least some measurable intoxicant in their system. In 2015, and this is not just those, this is beyond those accidents which involve fatalities, but a total of over 17,000 impaired driving incidents happened across Canada in 2012, rather in 2015. 2015, over 72,000 impaired driving incidents across Canada. What's interesting, again, the statistics reflect that this is a significant improvement. That's 65% fewer incidents than in 1986. So the measures that we are taking make a difference. the awareness that drinking and driving is not acceptable. Blood alcohol levels, and roadside screening make a difference. There's no question but that we want to support measures that will ensure that Canadians who have had any measurable intoxicants don't get behind the wheel of a car, that their friends stop them, that the guy at the bar stops them, and that their own concern that they will be hit with serious penalties and jail time will stop them. Now, to this bill and the reasons that I've submitted the amendments, I support Bill C-46. Unlike some of the experts I'm going to mention to you, even unamended, I will vote for Bill C-46. But here at report stage, I wanted to raise again the concerns. There are significant concerns from the Criminal Lawyers Association, as well as from the Civil Liberties Associations, that the bill will go too far and will end up being challenged in the court. And that's because it involves, without the proper constraints, random breath testing as opposed to selective breath testing. And I've gone through the evidence very carefully. It's clear there are a lot of statistics that say when this jurisdiction or that jurisdiction brought in random breath testing, drunk driving incidents went down. To that, the people who study this say we don't actually have good numbers that compare the results between selective breath testing and random breath testing in order to conclude that you couldn't have gotten the same results with selective breath testing. So again, what's the difference? Well, if you're having a selective breath testing, you set up a roadside check, you stop every driver, you have a look at every driver at a stationary driver vehicle test. We've seen roadside testing set up in different locations, particularly on evenings when people are likely to have been, are more likely to have been out having something to drink or ingesting ingesting any substance that's an intoxicant before driving. The roadside testing is very effective. Selective testing is effective. This law would go farther, and this is where the various legal societies that I've mentioned are concerned. Let me quote from the brief of the Criminal Lawyers Association submitted to the committee back in September. What they say is, quote, "We are deeply concerned by the new random breath testing regime. Increasing police powers do not come without societal costs. The experience of carding or street checks is instructive on how the exercise of police authority can disproportionately affect visible minorities. Bill C-46 amounts to carding while in a car. It will inevitably, disproportionately, be employed against minority or marginalized communities," close quote. A policy expert with the Canadian Centre on Substance Abuse, Doug Byrnes, was even more blunt. Quote, he said, "There is nothing truly random about random breath testing. The term random is used in place of the more accurate and contentious descriptors, such as arbitrary or capricious," close quote. The Canadian Civil Liberties Association went on to say, "A full review of the evidence over 23 studies does not provide convincing evidence that implementing random breath testing will necessarily have a greater impact on drinking and driving than Canada's current selective breath testing system." So my concerns are twofold. We should never pass legislation in this House that has a good public purpose, and I don't think any of us for 1 second will deny the importance of the public purpose, that has a significant risk of being derailed in the courts. Looking at the evidence that was put before the Justice Committee, I think this bill has a significant risk of being derailed in the courts. We should likewise do whatever we can to moderate the impacts of increased police powers and the risk of randomness. I've been wondering if I should share this story with my colleagues in Parliament, but I think I will. More than 40 years ago, living in a small village on Cape Breton Island, we had very limited RCMP protection. There was one detachment. My brother's younger than I am, and in those days he had long hair. It was unusual in this particular community to have long hair, and every single time he went anywhere, he was pulled over by the RCMP. As I said, we had very limited RCMP protection. It was very hard to get the RCMP when you were, for instance, in the middle of a store robbery, which also occurred in my family business. And I love the RCMP, they're wonderful, but I know for a fact that there is such a thing as selectively pulling people over and over and over again and never finding anything. It's a form of harassment. So for marginalized communities within Canada, I'm very concerned about discriminatory and preferential random searches of particular marginalized groups. We know this happens. You can look at the statistics of who is in our prisons, and overwhelmingly it is people of color, Indigenous peoples. It is not reflective of society as a whole. And we know this about carding and urban police forces. So it's clear to me that there's going to be an increased problem for marginalized communities, a sense of being harassed. So at least, as parliamentarians, I commend to you my Second Amendment, which when this process is reported back to Parliament, that we have, and this is my amendment that you'll find to amend Clause 31.1, that there be an evaluation of whether the provisions have resulted in differential impacts on particular groups likely to be targeted based on prohibited grounds of discrimination, and prepare that report to set that out for us. This will be a test for us as a society. I have no doubt this bill will pass unamended. I'm making an effort here because I'd like us to think about what happens when random breath testing isn't random. And as much as the societal purpose is overwhelmingly in the right direction, get people who are drinking or intoxicated off the roads. Don't let them get behind the wheel of a car. But in this case, think twice and make the bill constitutional before we pass it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was honoured to sit on the Justice Committee on C-46, and was actually quite shocked at the position of members across the way from the Liberal Party that they believed that the current sentencing, mandatory, the minimums of a $1,000 fine for driving impaired and killing somebody were quite satisfactory. And unfortunately, the Liberal members did not want to increase that. We heard from a number of Canadian groups that they believe this is blatantly unjust, particularly family members that have lost a loved one, to say that a minimum fine or sentence of $1,000 for killing someone is just. I would ask the member representing the Green Party of Canada, does she feel that those mandatory minimums for killing somebody while driving drunk are satisfactory?
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you to my honourable colleague from Langley Aldergrove. I have to approach this on the basis of the impact societally of mandatory minimums. The evidence, overwhelming evidence from people, experts in criminology, is that mandatory minimums don't work as a deterrent, that mandatory minimums have an effect of skewing our judicial system so that a judge has less discretion in perhaps giving more significant penalties. It increases the evidence from other states from the U.S. and in some states, for instance, Texas, they've stopped using mandatory minimums, is that it increases the discretion of a prosecutor to work with a defendant to force a result before it even goes to trial, and in some cases allows a lesser penalty because of the place. And I know my honourable friend from Langley Aldergrove disagrees. I would rather see our courts apply the sentences based on a judge looking at the severity of the crime. I agree that I'm offended when someone who's killed someone while drinking and driving is let off with a light sentence. My disagreement with my friend from Langley Aldergrove is that I don't think mandatory minimum sentences are the solution.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague who always is very thoughtful in these matters. I'm very concerned as well, not just about the random testing, because when we look at traffic fatalities in Canada, we know 16% of them have alcohol-related, 24% are drug-related, and another 18% are a combination of the two. What's really troubling to me is the hypocrisy of legalizing marijuana, which is going to increase the amount of impaired drug driving, when they don't even have a test for impairment. So whether the tests are random or not, there isn't a test for impairment for marijuana. So would the member comment on that?
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, and I thank my honourable colleague from Sarnia. And the evidence on this one is difficult. You're right. Cannabis is. You're right. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend is correct that cannabis is to be legalized. The evidence is very conflicting as to whether. We certainly do know that intoxication with cannabis and intoxication with alcohol has very different physiological impacts. Testing in blood is different. For instance, blood alcohol levels diminish very much more quickly than residues of cannabis and THC in the system, can be present for days and a person is no longer intoxicated. A person behind the wheel of a car while drinking, which we know historically do, which is to drive more recklessly and faster. So the work is being done. I'm satisfied that we will see ways to analyze the intoxication of people who've been ingesting cannabis. I'm more concerned.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the honourable member for her comments on this bill, which I think are largely constructive, and her amendments actually reflect a legitimate worry. But I take issue with one concern that she has, which is that this legislation will be challenged in the courts. I can virtually guarantee, Mr. Speaker, that this will be challenged in the courts. There's not a scintilla of doubt in my mind that this will be challenged. And I recollect the time when 0.8 was put in the criminal code, and it was challenged every which way from Sunday. So I just would ask the honourable member how supporting or how being concerned about it being challenged in the court should Parliament still not face up to the larger public purpose of putting forward this legislation, and how the courts deal with it is how the courts deal with it.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, my colleague from Scarborough-Guildwood. I confess very honestly that this bill has led me to be torn. I've debated myself very strongly. I will vote for it if it's put forward without my amendments. I know that some of the experts before the Justice Committee urged that we not pass it without the amendments. I think the larger public purpose is so significant that the courts may well find that it's constitutional, but they may not. There is that doubt, and I think the bill could have been constructed to ensure that the random nature of roadside screening include reasonable and probable grounds for the randomness, that there be more surrounding this, that a policeman or police personnel having access to breath screening and blood, drug, alcohol analysis at the roadside be enhanced. I agree with all of that. But the question of the randomness, if it's not truly random and it's actually targeting certain marginalized groups, I think that increases the likelihood that it will be overturned in the courts. And that's something that I think we could have addressed with amendments. So on that.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start by thanking my colleague, the member for Saanich Gulf Islands, for all of her comments, which were very constructive.
For the reasons that follow, we will be encouraging all members to vote down the amendment and to vote for the bill in its current form. I also just want to take a moment to address some of the comments that were raised by my honourable colleagues from the Conservative opposition. I would encourage them to read the bill very carefully, because embedded within some of those questions were at a minimum, some inaccurate assumptions about mandatory minimum penalties as they apply to the impaired driving regime, as well as whether or not we have the sufficient technology to test for impairment as we usher in a new era with regards to the strict regulation of cannabis. And obviously, by doing so and by reflecting on the language carefully of that bill, my hope is that we will elevate debate in this House in the interest of keeping our roads safe while at the same time safeguarding individual liberties. It's a pleasure to speak on Bill C-46, an act to amend the criminal code and to make consequential amendments to other acts. The bill will bring about the most important changes addressing alcohol and drug-impaired driving since 1969, when Parliament enacted the offence of driving with a blood alcohol concentration exceeding 80 milligrams of alcohol in 100 millilitres of blood and authorized the police to demand a breath sample on an approved instrument. Today, I will focus my remarks on the proposal in the bill which will authorize a police officer to demand a breath sample from any driver without needing to suspect that the driver has alcohol in their body. In Bill C-46, this is called mandatory alcohol screening, Mr. Speaker, as you've heard. The enforcement tool was pioneered by Australia more than 30 years ago. It has now spread to New Zealand, the European Union, and dozens of other countries. Since then, mandatory alcohol screening has been widely credited with dramatically reducing rates of impaired driving and saving many thousands of lives, as the member herself acknowledged. The Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights had considered mandatory alcohol screening when it held hearings on alcohol-impaired driving in 2008 and 2009. In its 2009 report entitled Ending Alcohol-Impaired Driving, A Common Approach, the Standing Committee unanimously recommended that random roadside breath testing be put in place. During its extensive hearings on Bill C-46, the Standing Committee heard numerous witnesses on the subject of mandatory alcohol screening. Professor Robert Solomon, who has written many articles on mandatory alcohol screening, as well as eminent constitutional scholars like Professor Peter Hogg, both spoke in favour of mandatory alcohol screening. Representatives of the Canadian Bar Association, the Criminal Defence Lawyers Association, and the Canadian Civil Liberties Association expressed some concerns with mandatory alcohol screening. The Standing Committee also heard from Australian experts about how mandatory alcohol screening works in that country and its effectiveness in reducing deaths and injuries. Mr. Speaker, I believe it is fair to say that the arguments of opponents to mandatory alcohol screening were based partly on their claim that it is not needed in Canada, as our current system of roadside screening based on suspicion is just as effective as that mandatory alcohol screening would have a disproportionate effect on visible minorities. With respect to the effectiveness of Canada's current suspicion-based system, it is important not only to look at the reductions in impaired driving that have occurred in Canada over the past 20 or 30 years, but to consider Canada's alcohol-impaired driving laws how they fare when compared to other countries. The comparison is grim. As Professor Solomon told the Standing Committee, quote, "One current law has left Canada with one of the worst impaired driving records among comparable countries. Consistent with earlier studies, the United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention reported that Canada had the highest percentage of alcohol-related crash deaths among 20 high-income countries in 2013. Although Canadians drink considerably less than their counterparts, they are much more likely to die in an alcohol-related crash. For example, Canada's per capita rate of alcohol-related crash deaths is almost 5 times that of Germany, even though Canadians consume 33% less alcohol. They drink more, and unfortunately, we die more. The laws in these other countries do a better job than the laws in Canada of separating drinking from driving. Not coincidentally, 17 of those 19 countries have comprehensive mandatory alcohol screening programs." These are the words of Professor Solomon, not any parliamentarian, Mr. Speaker, a respected scholar. Professor Solomon pointed out to the committee that the experience of other countries show that going from suspicion-based roadside screening to mandatory screening has had a significant effect in reducing impaired driving deaths and injuries. As he said, quote, "The assertion that there is no direct evidence that mandatory alcohol screening is better than selective breath testing, the system we currently have, is simply false. The sharp decrease in fatal crashes that occurred in Queensland, Western Australia, New Zealand, and Ireland occurred after those jurisdictions moved from selective breath testing to mandatory alcohol screening, exactly what would occur in Canada if the mandatory alcohol screening provisions in Bill C-46 were enacted." Again, the words of Professor Solomon. The Standing Committee also heard from Dr. Barry Watson of Queensland University of Technology. Dr. Watson explained the evolution of impaired driving legislation in Queensland and the effect of various countermeasures. Queensland introduced breath testing in the late 1960s, as did Canada. Queensland then introduced a program called Reduce Impaired Driving, or RID. The police could randomly pull over other drivers, but could only breath test those they suspected of drinking. This is the system we currently have in Canada. Finally, Queensland introduced mandatory alcohol screening in 1988. This evidence strongly supports that mandatory alcohol screening is more effective than suspicious-based alcohol screening. He told the Standing Committee, quote, "The introduction of random breath testing was associated with a further 18% decline in fatalities over and above what was the case when the sobriety checkpoint program was in place," close quote. We can and must do better than we are, and I submit we should follow the example of these other jurisdictions that have been most successful in reducing the painful toll taken by alcohol-impaired driving. That means adopting mandatory alcohol screening. More troubling is the concern expressed by several witnesses that mandatory alcohol screening would lead to racial profiling. And this is a concern that we all share. We all know that there have been well-documented cases of police forces disproportionately carding or pulling over persons of colour. And as my colleague made mention, there are indeed concerning statistics with respect to the overrepresentation of our Indigenous and racialized communities in our jails. Let me be clear. Racial profiling is an abuse of police power. It is unacceptable. However, there is nothing in Bill C-46 that condones or promotes racial profiling. Our government was aware that this criticism had been levelled at the provision authorizing mandatory alcohol screening in former private member's Bill C-226. Consequently, our government in Bill C-46 proposed to specify that a police officer can only make a demand in the course of the lawful exercise of powers under an Act of Parliament or an Act of a provincial legislature or arising at common law. And I pause to emphasize that passage, Mr. Speaker, because it underscores that our government places a great value in ensuring that all law enforcement and indeed all law state actors exercise their powers in accordance with the law and with the Charter. For further clarity, our government supports the introduction of an amendment to the bill's preamble, which serves as an interpretive aid for our courts. The amendment, which was adopted at committee, states that, quote, "It is important that law enforcement officers exercise the investigative powers in a manner that is consistent with the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms." Let me take a moment just to refer to you one last example of how this technology and how these standards are working in other jurisdictions. In the experience of Ireland, the experience of Ireland supports the opinion of other witnesses who have testified and other experts. There was an increase of about 10% of charges in the first year after Ireland introduced mandatory alcohol screening, but the number of charges has decreased steadily since then as Irish drivers became aware of the new law. In fact, the number of charges in Ireland fell by almost 65% in the 10 years following the introduction of mandatory screening. I believe that our courts will be able to cope with any increase in charges because many provisions in Bill C-46 will address issues that have been causing delay, particularly with respect to disclosure, proof of blood alcohol concentration, the elimination of the bolus drinking defence, and restriction of the intervening drink defence. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I want to thank again my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands for her remarks. They were thoughtful, they were careful, they were balanced, but even she, as she admitted and conceded, there is an attempt here, a good faith attempt here to strike the balance between the need to keep our roads safe while at the same time respecting an individual's charter rights. I encourage her to support the bill. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for his comments. He spoke a lot about alcohol, but not at all about marijuana. And we have 253 days remaining before this Liberal government is going to legalize marijuana. So my question for him is, what test will be used by police and the RCMP across the country to test for marijuana impairment, and what is the limit that will be considered the maximum allowable?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I want to assure my honourable colleague that after careful consideration of expert evidence as well as development of new technologies, that we will have the appropriate road screen device testing abilities to ensure that we can measure impairment as it relates to cannabis. And indeed, this is a fundamental part of ushering in a new strict regime when it comes to regulating access to cannabis. We know that the current approach to regulating cannabis is not working. I have some experience in the criminal courts with respect to this. I'm very proud of the work that this government is doing to ensure that we keep the cannabis out of the hands of our children and keep our roads safe, and this bill will accomplish both of those important objectives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wanted to follow up on the question from my honourable colleague who asked about marijuana and roadside tests, because I was on the Justice Committee meetings when we heard from the Australian police about their roadside tests. We also heard from an expert from California, from a university there, who studies all his studies are to do with the relationship between impairment and what you get from drug tests for THC levels in blood and mouth swabs. And basically, there's no good test right now that exists. There's not even any hint that we will have a good test in the next year or 10 years because of the way that THC works in the body's physiology. So I just wanted to ask the member again, you know, what test is he talking about? Because we heard of nothing of the sort in committee. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Well, I sat through those very same committee meetings, and I have to correct my honourable colleague that there was indeed much testimony in the way of the technologies that are used in other jurisdictions and how they are evolving and how they are improving. We have something called oral fluid drug screeners, which will allow us and law enforcement actors to measure THC levels. And we will ensure that we have an appropriate threshold to measure what is impairment for the purposes of keeping our roads safe. I encourage my honourable colleagues to read the bill very carefully, to read and to follow the debate as it evolves in this House, because we are going to get this right, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very proud of the work that this government is doing to move forward with a cannabis and a drug impairment regime that all Canadians can be proud of. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for West Nova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his excellent speech, and I'm a member of the Justice Committee and sat through the hearings on this important bill. And we heard over and over in testimony the fact that it's the fear of getting caught that actually will be the most effective way to reduce impaired driving on our road. And I wonder if my colleague can explain how this bill actually will increase the likelihood of people feeling more fearful that they will get caught if they are impaired drivers, and how that will reduce the incidence of impaired driving on our roads.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And first, I want to begin by thanking my honourable colleague for all of the work that he does on the Standing Justice Committee. I have been privy to the questions that he poses. They are thoughtful, and they certainly elevate the level of discourse in that body. In answer to his question, what I would say is that this goes right to the core rationale of having a mandatory screening test available to our police officers. If the public is aware that for the purposes of keeping streets safe, that a police officer can inquire into whether or not someone consumed alcohol, one is less likely, I would argue, to consume alcohol before they get behind the wheel. That's how we keep our roads safer, Mr. Speaker. Other jurisdictions have integrated similar approaches, and we've seen impaired driving rates come down. Canada is learning from those examples. We are studying those examples. We are using those examples to inform our debate here, and they are informed by the language of this text and this bill, which I encourage all members to support.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad to have this opportunity to say a few words with respect to Bill C-46, an act to amend the Criminal Code, offences relating to conveyances, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. Now, Mr. Speaker, some of the areas that I'm going to address today have already been raised. I mean, and one of them was the Parliamentary Secretary was just talking about, and because this question was raised by a number of my colleagues here, about actually measuring the level of impairment that people are going to have. And I think this is just one of the issues that we are going to have to deal with. And I think part of the problem is is the government's intention to ram this legislation through by July 1st, 2018. And they are not, in my opinion, taking into consideration the increased risks to the health and safety of Canada. Now, to them, they may say, this is a wonderful thing on, Canada's birthday. What better way to celebrate it, they would argue, than legalizing marijuana and allowing grow-ops in people's homes. But, Mr. Speaker, we heard quite a bit of testimony that there are quite a few concerns with respect to the government pushing through both these pieces of legislation, 45 and 46. They go together. For instance, the Canadian Police Services themselves have asked that this legislation be delayed until there is adequate training and resources put in place. Now, the parliamentary secretary said, oh, they're going to be all up and ready to go. We don't have to worry about all the tests and everything else. But those who are on the front line are actually quite concerned. The Liberal government, in addition, has not taken the necessary steps to put in effective educational campaigns for Canadians, despite statistics that show the increase in fatalities due to drug-impaired driving. There is no greater way no greater risk a person can have, Mr. Speaker, among many things, other than to get killed by impaired driving. This is one of the huge problems that this country has faced. Now, mandatory roadside testing and the vast number of officers who remain untrained sufficiently enough to detect impaired drivers is another issue that is not being addressed by the government. And they have refused to, in addition, mandate the proper storage of cannabis in the homes. The growing concern among jurisdictions where marijuana is already legal is that it's drawing more and more, as well, organized crime to operate the grow-ops and produce pot for illicit market. This is one of the things that people told me when I was Justice Minister. They said that pot is the currency for guns and harder drugs coming into this country. They said, guess what? A lot of the criminals, they don't just send checks, and they don't do that anymore. That's the marijuana that's grown in Canada is what they use to buy the illegal drugs and the illegal guns that come into Canada. This was completely unaddressed by the government on this. In fact, I would suggest that it's been ignored. It doesn't even play into this. And again, my concern is that this will help increase the possibility and the danger that exists when we get illegal drugs, illegal drugs and guns into this country. Now, Mr. Speaker, police services from across this country were, I think, very clear that the government should delay the legalization of marijuana to allow law enforcement the adequate time they're going to need to make sure that they are able to handle this new law. There is no chance, in my opinion, Mr. Speaker, that police will be ready. I think they have got it right. But the Liberals are hell-bent on ramming this legislation through. They're not heeding those warnings from law enforcement officials. And in my opinion, this puts a greater risk on the health and safety of Canadians. The National Association of Police Chiefs estimate that there are at least 2,000 trained officers. In July 17th, the numbers indicate that there was only 600 trained recognition experts here, that they're not even close to having the number that they need. Susan McCaskill from Mothers Against Drunk Drivers reiterated that the breathalyzer will not detect drugs and that marijuana can be detected through a roadside saliva test. She said this would cost $17,000 to train one person to be a drug recognition expert, and the government needs to make sure that those resources are in place to allow the training of 1,200 more officers that will be needed by this deadline. She went on to say that if every officer can have that disposable saliva test in their vehicle, it will certainly have a positive impact on road safety. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals haven't been listening to their own experts. They have been unrealistic on what's taking place. And again, it was highlighted again by a couple of my colleagues here how difficult it is going to be. And that is one of the things I point out to my colleague who sits on the Justice Committee. We heard time and time again different amounts, how much marijuana, how long it will be in your system, what is the combination between that and alcohol. And again, it's very problematic. And again, I would urge the government not to push forward with this July 1st deadline. And the provincial premiers have warned the government that they may not be ready with provincial laws and regulations. And their fears are not without reason. After Washington State legalized marijuana, the death toll on their highways doubled and the fatal vehicle crashes on Colorado highways tripled. Equally concerning, Mr. Speaker, is that the Liberals haven't launched an extensive marijuana and impaired education and awareness program, as recommended by their own task force. Okay, it's easy enough to say we ignored it because the Conservatives told us we should be doing it, but their own task force told them what to do. The CAA, the Canadian Automobile Association, supports the findings. Jeff Walker, CAA Vice President, is quoted as saying, "It's clear from the report that work needs to start immediately in these areas and that actual legislation should not be rushed." The task force also concluded that youth underestimate the risk of cannabis use. We heard this on a number of occasions, that there are some young people who believe their ability to drive a car would be enhanced by smoking marijuana. So there are problems with the government moving forward on this. The government continuously says that they are concerned about the access to children, but yet the age limits in the legislation are completely at odds with that. And I always ask my colleagues on the other side, what could be more accessible for a young person to get marijuana if their parents have a small grow-op in the kitchen? Now, we were urging them to make changes on that, and yes, they did. They said like 3-foot plants, wouldn't be enough. We should increase the height of those. So there you go. We asked them to have a look at this. They said, yeah, you're right. 3 foot is not enough. We've got to let the plants grow larger on this. How is this going to help our children, Mr. Speaker? So I would say to the honourable members across the aisle, this is going to be problematic. It's problematic for people, for those who have become victimized by impaired driving. We actually brought forward amendments that suggest increasing the penalties to make sure that people who are in the business of impaired driving and when somebody gets killed, that there should be increased penalties, that for sure they should have to face up to the consequences of what they've done. But again, they have ignored that, and I think that's going to be problematic. But I say to them, they say, just because the Conservatives say there's going to be big problems with that, okay, I understand, we're in opposition, they don't have to listen to that. But I'd say to them, listen to police forces across this country, listen to what provincial our counterparts, those who are concerned about impaired driving, listen to them for a change, and I think they will come to the right conclusion that, for starters, this bill should not be pushed forward by July 1st of next year.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable neighbour from Niagara Falls for his comments, for his speech. And I guess the first point before my question, he talks about access to cannabis. I grew up and went to school with the honourable member's kids, and I'm sure there was access to alcohol in his house, a drug at least as dangerous as cannabis, and his kids grew up great and are incredible adults. But what I would like to ask, Mr. Speaker, in terms of our government's commitment to police forces, $274 million committed so that police forces will be ready to implement this legislation. I was wondering if the honourable member would comment on that.
Well, member for Niagara Falls.
Well, Mr. Speaker, first of all, I have to listen to what the expert testimony was that we heard before this committee here, that they are quite concerned that they will not be ready to enforce this laws by July of next year. And the honourable member makes the thing there. They said, well, if somebody has some alcohol in their house, well, that's just the same as a small grow-op. Oh, well, so I don't get that at all. Alcohol can be a problem in households, yes, but so the Liberals say we're going to solve those problems here because we're going to have a small grow up. Maybe the kids won't go after the alcohol. They're going to check on what's happening in the kitchen here. You see, I can't buy that. And again, we asked the Liberals to make changes. Yes, they made changes. They wanted to increase the size of the grow up in the kitchen. I think this is a huge mistake, and I hope ultimately my neighbor will come to the same conclusion that I and most of my colleagues and many people across this country are, that this is going to be a disaster.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his comments. I often get to stand in this House and talk about great statistics from my province of Saskatchewan, but unfortunately one statistic is that we have in my province the highest rate of impaired driving in Canada. This was last year according to Stats Canada. So along with police forces in Saskatchewan who are advocating for increased funding from the Liberal government for enforcement, I'm wondering if my honourable colleague, we know that previous governments have been ineffectual in being able to lower impaired driving. I'm wondering if my honourable colleague would join with me to ask the government to include increased funding so that governments can work better with community partners to actually reduce impaired driving in general. Thank you.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think I made that very clear in my opening remarks that, yes, indeed, more effort, more funding has to go into this area to ensure that the right education programs are in place, that the right training is in place, that all these things are necessary. Now, I reached out to the honourable member. She says of the terrible problem of impaired driving in her province. I can, without doubt, guarantee it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse if we've got people who are legally smoking dope, in addition to drinking alcohol. And one of the challenges that we had, and this came from the testimony that we heard before the committee, that how difficult it is to get a quick test to make and what the effects of a combination of smoking marijuana and drinking alcohol are. I mean, we had experts tell us, okay, the impact of marijuana is very precise, at the very beginning, but it stretches out. It's still in your system for quite some time, and many people don't realize that that's still in their system. And again, what is the effect of that when they start drinking later on? So the problem of impaired driving is terrible. When we were in government, we certainly helped address many aspects of this. And even indeed, the amendments that we brought forward to the committee were just that, to make sure that the message gets out that there are serious consequences for people who get involved with impaired driving. But unfortunately, and this is what I fear, and I certainly hope that is not the case, but I fear that with the Liberals pushing through this in the next few months, in time for Canada Day, that the problem of impaired driving is just going to get worse in this country.
We're going to resuming debate and the honourable member for Victoria, but I'll let him know that there are only about around 7 minutes or so remaining in the time before we'll need to interrupt for statements by members. So he'll have, of course, the remaining time when the House gets back to business on the question before the House at this time. The resuming debate, the honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. You know, nothing could be more important than the bill before this House today, Bill C-46, which deals, of course, with changes to the impaired driving laws in Canada to deal with not only drug impairment, but increased sanctions on those who drive while impaired by alcohol. This is something that the NDP has long stood to improve through legislation, smarter deterrents to deal with the tragedies taking place on our roadsides every day. Professor Robert Solomon testified before the Justice Committee, which I had the honor to sit on during the testimony for most of this bill, and he, of course, has long acted for Mothers Against Drunk Driving, and he put it very well. He said it's difficult to see how anyone can credibly make the claim that the Criminal Lawyers Association and others have made that mandatory alcohol testing is not necessary, when he says that impairment-related crashes kill about 1,000 Canadians a year, injure almost another 60,000 more, a disproportionate percentage of which are teenagers and young adults. Our current laws, he goes on to say, have left Canada with one of the worst impaired driving records among comparable countries. So it's not lost upon us the enormity of the problem with which this bill is attempting to grapple. However, Mr. Speaker, we have great concerns about the mandatory alcohol testing of which Professor Solomon has testified. The NDP leader, Mr. Jagmeet Singh, has been outspoken during his time in the Ontario legislature about the ability of the police to go after people simply on the basis of their race, be they Indigenous, be they Black, be they Canadians of other minorities. The discriminatory police practice of carding has been central to his work in the Legislative Assembly of the province of Ontario. And he says, as Prime Minister, I will enact a federal ban on racial profiling to end it once and for all. Why do I raise that, Mr. Speaker? Because the potential of this mandatory alcohol screening that Section 320.27 of the bill would implement for the first time in Canada has just that potential. That is to say, and we heard many, many witnesses at the committee, which of course after the break I will go back and talk about in more detail, that so long as you have the ability of the police to stop someone on a whim, that discretion can and will be abused. That is to say, currently, under the law as it exists, one has to have reasonable suspicion before stopping someone. But if you no longer have to have that reasonable suspicion, which of course is what the section at issue does, then there's the potential, indeed the certainty, that there'll be disproportionate targeting of racialized Canadians, Indigenous people, youth, and other marginalized groups. That is the nub of the problem. That is why this is such a difficult bill for this House to deal with. I'm not saying it's not as critical as the member for Niagara Falls has reminded us. It is. I'm not saying that the potential for deaths are not real, because the potential is there. But we have to get this balance right. And we're not convinced that it has been achieved. We're still studying it. We're going to continue to study it before the vote takes place in the next while. At the committee, the NDP did manage to get one amendment that would somehow address this issue, and that issue would add that amendment would add Section 31.1 to the bill, which would require that this issue be studied and reported to by Parliament within 3 years of enactment. The committee agreed with that. I'm hoping the House will accept that final amendment as well. So we'll see whether these concerns that so many experts have brought to the attention of the committee will prove true in practice. And I had the opportunity to speak to Canada's leading constitutional jurist on this subject at the committee. And I asked him, and he, of course, is the famous Professor Peter Hogg, who indicated that he had done a legal opinion that the Mothers Against Drunk Driving relied upon, basically saying he was in favor of mandatory alcohol testing, in favor of the ability to stop people at random. But I put it to him in questioning. I said, this, quote, if the evidence were that there were a disproportionate impact on racialized groups and minorities, would that not give you pause in defending this bill under Section 1 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms? So if the evidence were that, as others have predicted, there will be this abuse, would that give you pause? And Professor Hogg, who of course agreed with mandatory alcohol testing, said this, quote, it would give me pause if that were the case, Mr. Rankin, but I think the pause that I would make would be to look at the administration of the law so that it does not get cleansed of any kind of so that it does get cleansed of any kind of racial bias or anything like that. So, Mr. Speaker, even the leading jurist who supports this initiative of mandatory alcohol screening is saying that it may be subject to defeat under Section 1 of the Charter if the evidence shows, as so many experts have said, that it would have this effect of racial profiling. It would allow the police to, on a whim, stop people simply because of the color of their skin, their age, or the like. So I will resume this after the question period, Mr. Speaker, but to simply say that at this stage, Canadians need to know how difficult this balance will be. Thank you.
And the honourable member for Victoria will have 3.5 minutes remaining in his time when the House next gets back to debate on the question. And of course, he'll have the time for questions and comments following that as well. Maintenant, nous allons procéder.
We will now move to statements by members. The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, this week, 2 members of the Catalan Independent Movement were imprisoned for having organized a protest. This week, Spain decided to take control of Catalonia and to withdraw its autonomous status. This week, Madrid decided to impose regional elections in Catalonia in order to defeat President Puigdemont. This week, the right to self-government was once again denied. Freedom of expression and freedom of association were trampled on. And in order to not cause any displeasure to Spain, the Government of Canada said nothing. This silence, Mr. Speaker, is shameful. This is shameful. Canada refused to condemn violence. Canada refused to condemn the anti-democratic measures of the Spanish government, and Canada is not condemning political imprisonments. That makes Canada an accomplice. And the Canadian government calls itself democratic. That is pathetic.
Mr. Speaker, today I'm pleased to update the House on an incredible Small Business Week 2017. This week, our government announced that we are delivering on our commitment to reduce the small business tax rate to 9% while making our tax system fair for all Canadians. The BDC held over 200 events across the country, and here in Ottawa, members of Startup Canada met with their representatives during Startup Canada Day on the Hill. As a former small business owner, I know that small businesses are the lifeblood of Canada's economy, employing nearly 10.5 million Canadians. During Small Business Week and every other day, our government will be celebrating and supporting our hardworking entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, this week I received a letter from a man named Bill addressed to anyone who cares. The letter expressed how his life would be drastically changing as a result of Liberal government news tax changes. Bill's family business did not survive the high interest in 1982 under the Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau. Relentlessly, he started all over again, but by 2007, he had to retire at the age of 75. He wants to leave something behind to his children, who gave so much and contributed so much to their family business. However, because of these news tax changes, he is afraid that he will no longer be able to do so. I want you to know, Bill, I care and I will fight for you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, last week I had the honour of welcoming 35 young Canadians from Rankin Inlet to Etobicoke Lakeshore as part of a hockey exchange with students from the Etobicoke Canadians in Mimico, a neighbourhood in my riding anchored in, among things, hockey. In fact, Mimico is home to 5 recent Stanley Cups and many hockey heroes. As part of Canada 150 celebrations and the 100th anniversary of the NHL, Encounters Canada, financially supported in part by the federal government, organized the Youth Cultural Exchange to foster a better understanding of our country and our people through one of our country's shared passions. As the students visited hockey landmarks such as the Hockey Hall of Fame and recorded a segment on Hockey Night in Canada and, of course, played hockey, they shared experiences and got to know each other well. The Mimico students head north next April to continue building on what I know will be lifelong friendships and learn about life in the north. What an amazing opportunity for them, Mr. Speaker, and I congratulate them on a successful visit to Etobicoke and wish everyone a meaningful trip to Rankin Inlet next year.
Bravo. Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Being given a jigsaw puzzle and turning out the lights. That's what a young veteran with PTSD told me it's like to deal with Veterans Affairs. My Nanaimo Ladysmith office is flooded with urgent calls from desperate constituents who can't access the services they need. They're frustrated trying to get guaranteed income supplement, tax refunds, immigration okays, old age security and pensions. Wait times stretch from weeks to months to years, and waiting years for family reunification means children grow up without their parents. People with disabilities, seniors, low-income Canadians are left in limbo while they await crucial approvals and financial support. Staff are scrambling to deal with the ever-growing backlog. It's time for this government to hire back the workers that Conservatives cut and give Canadians the services they deserve.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Fredericton.
50 years ago, on the eve of Canada's centennial celebration, the Centennial Voyageur Canoe Pageant set off on a Cross Canada voyage.
This 3,300-mile paddle was completed in 104 days, taking the voyageurs from the Canadian Rockies across the country through rapids, countless lakes, and strenuous portages all the way to their final destination, Expo 67 in Montreal.
Of Canada's Confederation, we welcome these voyageurs to our nation's capital as they mark the 50-year anniversary of their extraordinary trek. Ayant tenu le record.
In the Guinness Book of Records for the longest canoe race in history, this achievement is a reflection of the Canadian spirit, one of courage and determination that commemorates our past, while we also look ahead to the next 150 years.
Will join me in celebrating the accomplishments of the Centennial Voyageurs and thank them for their continued contributions to Canada.
The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Mr. Speaker, there are awards, and then there are awards. Maclean's has their Parliamentarian of the Year awards currently underway, but did you know the first of 4 prestigious awards for the Code of Silence has just been rolled out? This highly undesirable award is presented by 4 media groups. Now, one would think that the Finance Minister would be a shoo-in for this outstanding honour, for most creative use of loopholes. But this year's award goes to Ottawa's point man on access to information reform. The member from Kings Hants, the Treasury Board President, Mr. Speaker. Congratulations for turning the Prime Minister's office into a bastion of secrecy, free from the obligation to respond by pesky groups of citizens requesting information on how their tax dollars are being spent. Once and for all, congratulations.
The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This past weekend, a constituent stopped me and gave me a compliment I never thought I would hear. Nice heels. I'm already seeing a number of strange looks, but indeed, Mr. Speaker, I rocked that pair of open-toed, sparkling silver high heels as I walked through the mall. For the 3rd year in a row, I participated in the Walk a Mile in Her Shoes fundraiser to benefit our local women's shelter, Jillian's Place. You don't have to look far, Mr. Speaker, to see the terrible impact of gender-based violence. In Niagara alone, there were over 8,000 911 calls a year for domestic violence. Or if we look at our social media feeds, we see the impact of the #MeToo hashtag. Jillian's Place has served as a beacon of light for victims and families. They provide counseling, accommodation, and other countless services, giving those affected by gender-based violence a safe place to regroup and plan their future. This year, with over 300 participating, $110,000 was raised, helping support programming and operations. Strides have been made to stem the tide of gender-based violence and harassment. This walk reminds us to recommit ourselves to bringing an end to these heinous acts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
For World Mental Health Day, I would like to introduce the House to Kelty Patrick Dennehy, who grew up playing hockey, golf, and snowboarding in Whistler. At 16, Kelty experienced extreme anxiety but seemed to recover. For grade 12, he went to Notre Dame College in Wilcox, Saskatchewan, but his anxiety returned. He became despondent, and he came home to Whistler and his loving parents. On March the 2nd, 2001, he took his own life. Devastated, the Dennehy's established the Kelty Patrick Dennehy Foundation, raising $7 million so far for Canada's first standalone mental health centre for children and youth. a depression research chair at UBC, and the remarkable and innovative Kelty's Keys online therapy program. Dedicated to the mental health of young people, the Dennehy's are hopeful that mental health issues will be treated like any disease, be free from stigma, and that people will have the help they need. Canadians are very grateful to the Dennehy family.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. 20 years ago, on October 13, 1997, in the town of Les Éboulements in my riding, 4 to 3 residents of Saint-Bernard-en-Beauce lost their lives in the worst road accident in Canada's history. The coach, carrying members of the Golden Age Club, crashed in a ravine at the bottom of the steep hill in Les Éboulements. The 43 victims were all highly involved in their parish, and they left behind them a legacy and immeasurable strength for their future generations. 20 years have gone by since this tragic event, and we are still thinking of those men and women who lost their lives. 2 communities were touched by this dark moment that changed the face of these regions. Les Éboulements and the rest of Quebec never forgot you, and we never will.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, last week in my riding of Kelowna Lake Country, I had the pleasure of attending the 2017 Chamber of Commerce Business Excellence Awards. I would like to take this opportunity to recognize all the companies and individuals that were nominated for an award and to take a moment to acknowledge the winners. Current Taxi, BC Tree Fruit Cooperative, Rotary Centre for the Arts, Crew Marketing Partners, Vol Inspire, Hybrid Elevator, New Cap Radio, Northside Industries. The Young Entrepreneur Award went to Andrew Gauthier. And finally, the Business Leader of the Year went to Lane Merrifield. I also wanted to compliment the Kelowna Chamber of Commerce for putting on a first-class event. Mr. Speaker, small business not only creates local employment opportunities, it provides goods and services that increase the quality of life in our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, 3 years ago, the lives of 2 late members of the Canadian Armed Forces were cut short in the tragic events that occurred in Saint-Jean and Ottawa. Canada will remember Adjutant Patrice Vincent, who died on October 20, 2015, leaving behind his bereaved family and his colleagues. 48 hours later, a second senseless attack took the life of another brave Canadian, Corporal Nathan Cirillo, killed while standing as guard of honor at the National War Memorial. The members of the Canadian Armed Forces work every day in ensuring a peaceful environment for all, sometimes risking their own lives. We thank them all for this. Today, our thoughts go out to the families, friends, and colleagues of Adjutant Vincent and Corporal Cirillo. We thank them for their bravery and dedication, and they will forever stay engraved in our memories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, when facing the most devastating of disasters, it is also the time when we witness the most inspiring of miracles.
Hear, hear.
In harrowing times, heroes have arisen to face the flames. These heroes are our firefighters. 1 month ago, fire ripped through Waterton Lakes National Park, and when I toured the aftermath, I was speechless to see the park's precious landscape ravaged by the wildfire. Much was lost: ranches, homes, campgrounds, stables. The devastation of one of the most beautiful places on earth was staggering. However, what I also saw was nothing short of a miracle. I saw the battleground where firefighters and Parks Canada staff stubbornly stood their ground to save Waterton Lakes National Park town site. Unbelievably, cottages, shops, and the iconic Prince of Wales Hotel stood undamaged. I proudly stand in the House today to recognize those who helped save Waterton Lakes National Park, a beloved Canadian treasure. To all the men and women who have fought and continue to fight the fires in southern Alberta, for your tireless and courageous efforts, I humbly say thank you.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we learned the sad news of the former Senator Michael Pitfield. He was an exceptional man who contributed to the modernization of the public service and to the repatriation of our Constitution. Mr. Pitfield had a long and brilliant career following his law studies at McGill University, and he began his career as a civil servant in 1959 at the Department of Justice.
Clerk of the Privy Council of Canada and Secretary of the Cabinet under Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau. In 1982, he was appointed as an independent senator. Senator Pitfield was never one to rest on his laurels and remained vigorously engaged in Canadian society even after being diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. He then worked tirelessly to raise awareness for medical research in the field. We offer our condolences to his children, Carolyn, Thomas, and Kate, as well as to many other Canadians whose lives he touched.
The honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This year, I again rode my bicycle through the South Okanagan and West Kootenay at the end of August. I took a day longer than last year, but then I did cover more territory, about 519 kilometers in all. It was hot and smoky, but I enjoyed warm receptions and good conversation in cafes along the way. And I was joined by keen cyclists on the rail trails that form most of the route. The beautiful Kettle Valley Railroad Trail from Big White down to Midway, from Naramata to Okanagan Falls and beyond, the newly resurfaced Kettle Valley Heritage Trail east of Grand Forks, the Galena Trail along Slocan Lake, and the beautiful rail trail down the Slocan River. These trails are significant economic drivers in small communities along the route. About 300,000 people use parts of the KVR every year. And the trails are maintained by hardworking volunteer groups in these communities. So I call on the government to support these groups and the work they do to support our rural economies. Thank you.
For Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, in 2011, the United Kingdom introduced the Armed Forces Covenant. The covenant passed in the UK Parliament states that those who serve and their families should face no disadvantage compared to other citizens in the provision of public and commercial services. It further states that special consideration is appropriate, especially for those who have given the most, such as the injured and bereaved. Our Canadian Armed Forces sacrifice the same freedoms and face the same dangers. Our nation has a moral and sacred obligation to the members and families of the Canadian Armed Forces. They deserve our respect, the support of their government, understanding the uniqueness of what they and their families do for our country. As former opposition critic for Veterans Affairs, I believe we owe our veterans no less of a military covenant than that recognized by the United Kingdom, the first and only country to do so. It's my sincere hope that all veterans will have the same covenant bestowed upon them by the Government of Canada and all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Avignon-Lamitis-Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, our government consults Canadian men and women. The members here in this House met business people, met chambers of commerce, met producers throughout the country. And, Mr. Speaker, it is after these consultations that the Minister of Finance presented this week his plan in order to make sure that we have a fair tax system. For example, under this plan, our SMEs will be able to set money aside for retirement, set money aside in order to ensure that they can take, for example, parental leave, and to also ensure that they don't penalize the transfer of businesses to the next generation. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of our government, I'm proud of our members, I'm proud of our Minister of Finance, who listened to Canadians throughout the country and made sure he took concrete steps based on what he heard.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The honourable member for Carleton.
No one in Canada has more power to enrich the fortunes of an individual company than the finance minister. He's put forward legislation creating target benefit pension plans that his company sells. He's put forward tax proposals that would force small businesses to put money in individualized pension plans, which his company sells. The Bank of Canada, for which the finance minister is the only shareholder, gave lucrative renewed contracts to his company while he was minister. Does this government and this prime minister not see the obvious conflict of interest in all of these actions?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important to remember that immediately after he took office, the Minister of Finance made contact with the Ethics Commissioner to ensure that he was respecting all of the rules that govern us in this House. The Ethics Commissioner recommended that he implement a screen against a conflict of interest. But yesterday, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance went even further. He announced that he would be placing his assets into a blind trust and that he would be divesting his Morneau Shepell assets. I think it's important to remember that the Minister of Finance is a man of integrity who is committed to public service, and he's achieved great results over the last 2 years.
Carleton.
The honourable member for Carleton.
The minister thought it was appropriate to own $20 million of shares in a company that he regulates. Why did he suggest to the media, to his caucus, and to Morneau Shepell that he'd put it all in a blind trust? It reminds us of the offshore company in France that he broke the law in failing to report to the Ethics Commissioner from the start. This minister always does the right thing after he's caught doing exactly the opposite. When will the minister reveal all of the investments that he has in his 9 numbered companies and trust funds across the country?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What is expected of all parliamentarians, including ministers, is working with the Ethics Commissioner to ensure that the rules that govern us here are followed. That is exactly what the Minister of Finance did when he came to power. And, Mr. Speaker, in a public letter yesterday, the Minister of Finance wrote to the Ethics Commissioner, and she gave him her recommendations, and all of the facts are public, and he is following the rules. Now, the minister has gone even further by announcing new measures to ensure that any appearance of conflict of interest is also avoided. He is a man of great integrity. The honourable member for Carleton.
Talks about an ethics screen requiring the minister to recuse himself from any matters affecting his company, Morneau Shepell. 3 questions. Did he recuse himself from any discussions on the Barbados tax haven where his company has a subsidiary? 2, did he recuse himself from any discussions on target benefit pension plans from which his company stands to profit in the millions? And 3, did he recuse himself from tax policies forcing small businesses to invest in individualized pension plans from which his company stands to profit?
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the guardian of integrity in this House is the Ethics Commissioner. And the Finance Minister has been working with her from the very beginning to ensure that he has respected the rules. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance announced that he would go even further in the interest of transparency, and that he would be placing all of his assets into a blind trust and divesting himself of his Morneau Shepell assets, because we don't want to be distracted from the important work that this Finance Minister has been doing for Canadians. The honourable member for Richmond Athabasca. Well, again, Mr. Speaker, I could speak to the Ethics Commissioner, too. It's been 2 years that the Finance Minister has been hiding the truth about his personal finance. For 3 weeks, the Minister has been trying to defend how he managed his assets. For 3 weeks, the Minister has been trying to defend the indefensible by saying that all of the rules are followed. It took 3 weeks of backlash from Canadians for the Minister to finally decide to recognize that changes needed to be made. Well, we have to wait another 3 weeks before this Minister realizes that what he's done is wrong and that he actually does what's necessary and apologize to the Canadians?
Secretary of Parliament.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The member that the Minister of Finance has always worked with the Ethics Commissioner, has followed all of her recommendations, namely to set up a conflict of interest wall. And yesterday he's announced that he would go even further. But if he wants to talk about the last 2 years of the Finance Minister, Mr. Speaker, I might respectfully remind the member that 2 years ago we were debating whether the Canadian economy was in or heading into a recession. Right. 2 years later, fast forward 2 years later, the Finance Minister has steered the Canadian economy back into the right direction, the direction of growth, of prosperity, but most importantly, of prosperity for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Richmond Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, I'm fascinated to see how the Parliamentary Secretary is still managing to defend the Minister of Finance. Canadians have learned that the Minister of Finance is in a state of conflict of interest, and this week in the media we learned that his own firm may have gotten an $8 million contract with the Bank of Canada to manage their pension fund. Now we've learned that the Minister of Finance was receiving dividends when he was a member of more than $6,500 per month from his own company. And people wonder why Canadians are cynical about politicians. Well, does this minister realize that he's in a state of conflict of interest? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I would remind everyone that the guardian in charge of preventing conflict of interest in this House is the Ethics Commissioner. The Ethics Commissioner has worked with the Minister of Finance from the very beginning, transparently and with integrity. He followed all of her recommendations. And yesterday, to avoid any distraction from the important work that he's doing for Canadians, he decided to go further than what the Ethics Commissioner recommended and to place his assets in a blind trust and to divest his shares. He will work with this ethics screen to prevent conflicts of interest as recommended by the Commissioner.
For Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister initially said that he was just following the recommendations of the Ethics Commissioner, while ignoring what the Prime Minister told him he had to do in his mandate letter. But yesterday he announced he was going to take action to fix the situation. Even if he were following the rules, he must understand that any reasonable person would conclude that at the very least he was in an apparent conflict of interest and certainly failed to exercise the kind of judgment you'd expect from a finance minister. Will he now apologize to Canadians for breaking their trust?
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance, as I've mentioned, has always followed all the directives of the Ethics Commissioner, and namely to set up a conflict of interest wall. And yesterday, in a letter made public of the Ethics Commissioner to the Minister of Finance when he entered office, she said about that conflict of interest wall that it would ensure the integrity and impartiality and maintain the public's confidence and trust and integrity in the Minister of Finance. I think it's important to mention that the Ethics Commissioner is safeguarding ethics and conflict of interest here to make sure that they're avoided and perception is avoided. The minister has always followed her directives, but he's announced yesterday he'd go above and beyond to avoid the distractions that this is causing. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Victoria.
Just blame the Ethics Commissioner. The Finance Minister says he's working for the middle class, all the while attempting to justify that his actions were ethical, showing again just how out of touch he is with the reality facing most Canadians. The minister is in charge of the country's finances, and he shouldn't be allowed to maintain control over tens of millions of dollars in personal investments in a company he regulates. That's common sense. When will he take personal ownership that what he did was wrong and just apologize to Canadians?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've mentioned, the Finance Minister immediately after the election has started working with the Ethics Commissioner in full transparency, disclosing his assets, making sure that he's following all directives and making sure that he's in conformity with the laws that govern us in this House. But yesterday, Mr. Speaker, he's announced that he'd go even further, that he'd put his assets in a blind trust, that he'd divest himself of shares in Morneau Shepell. That's to avoid the distraction and to make sure that we can continue the work that we're doing on behalf of Canadians. And he talks about the middle class. Well, there's not a Minister of Finance who's been more strongly supporting the middle class than this minister, who's reduced child poverty by 40% with the Canada Child Benefit, who's been confident in our economy, investing in infrastructure, who's grown this economy at a fast rate.
Honourable Member for Laurier Sainte-Marie. Let's be clear, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Finance's announcement doesn't dispel any of the doubts about his integrity or judgment. For 2 years, he let people believe that he had already placed his assets in a blind trust. And now, only because he got caught, he's taking action. He should have exercised good judgment and done this at the very beginning. Why do the Liberals always wait for a scandal to break before they finally use basic common sense? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance didn't wait for anything or anyone to meet the Ethics Commissioner. He did that directly after he took office to ensure that he would respect the rules that govern us. He wanted to follow the recommendations. That's what he did. And yesterday he announced that he would go even further by placing his assets in a blind trust and by working with the Commissioner to divest himself of his Morneau Shepell assets and to continue his important work for middle-class Canadians to reduce inequalities and to increase fairness.
Mr. Speaker, the people of Mogadishu in Somalia are still responding to the horrific terror attack that struck last Saturday. Hospitals remain short of urgently needed medical supplies and families need more support. The world is responding with aid. The U.S., the European Union, Turkey, Kenya, and others have offered their assistance, but Canada has not. Will the government act as our allies have done and provide immediate humanitarian assistance to Somalia?
Honourable Minister of International Development. Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that our government is very concerned and is following the situation in Somalia closely. With the Red Cross, we've already invested $2 billion to help the injured following this attack. We are monitoring the situation closely, and we will increase our contribution if necessary. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, Canadians witnessed something unique and unprecedented in federal politics this week. A Minister of Finance moving backwards. He's taken a step back every day. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. He was caught red-handed trying to pay off his deficit by taxing small businesses, workers, and farmers. We also learned that he raked in millions of dollars thanks to a bill that he himself tabled, which breaks all the ethics rules. Now that he's cashed in on his bonus, can the Minister of Finance tell us if he participated in cabinet discussions on Bill C-27, yes or no? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, what the Minister announced this week was a tax cut for small businesses, down to 9% starting in 2019. Mr. Speaker, I'm having a hard time focusing because there are members across the way yelling, so I might ask you to intervene. Mr. Speaker, what the Minister announced is that we stand behind our small businesses like we always have by reducing the small business tax rate and increasing growth. We've also announced changes to our tax proposals after listening to Canadians from coast to coast to make sure that we were doing things right while making our system fairer. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, if you answer the question, there would be less noise, Mr. Speaker. 2 years, that's how long it took the Minister of Finance to achieve his 2013 goal of changing the law so that his firm could make millions. That's how long it took him to profit personally from one of his own government's decisions. 2 years and millions of dollars later, the Minister says that now he's going to sell his shares. Does he take us for fools? Does the Minister of Finance realize that this millionaire's fairy tale is totally unethical? Did he or did he not recuse himself from decisions on C-27?
Secretary of Parliament.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What the Minister has done from the beginning is work with the Ethics Commissioner and follow her recommendations. Here, we believe in our institutions, including the Ethics Commissioner's office, and the wisdom that she gives us to ensure that all appearance of conflict of interest is prevented. Not only did the Minister follow her directives, but yesterday he announced that he would go further by divesting himself of his assets and by placing all of his shares in a blind trust, which is even more than what the Ethics Commissioner required of parliamentarians. Thank you.
Member for Lakelands.
Mr. Speaker, in 2013, when the current finance minister was the executive chair of Morneau Shepell, he said, quote, "We need legislation enabling target benefit plans." Then, once he became finance minister, he introduced that legislation. And the finance minister has been receiving tens of thousands of dollars a month from Morneau Shepell the entire time. That's a really obvious conflict. Why didn't the finance minister recuse himself from discussions about Bill C-27?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, what the Minister of Finance did from the time he took office was work with the Ethics Commissioner to ensure that all the rules were followed and to ensure that the directives that she emitted were also followed. And this includes an ethics screen, and that is a public screen that is still in place today. Yesterday, he announced that he would go further in the interest of transparency, and he would do even more than what was required by the Commissioner by placing his assets in a blind trust and divesting himself of his shares so that he can continue working for Canadians as he has been doing for 2 years and creating a higher growth rate than all other G7 countries, and by creating economic policies that have been applauded by the IMF, by the World Bank, and the OECD. I think that we can be proud of our minister. Thank you.
For Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, that was not the question. In October last year, the finance minister himself introduced Bill C-27, which will set up the same target benefit plans that he previously called for as executive chair of Morneau Shepell. The minister's family company called the bill a, quote, positive step. And, not surprisingly, they welcomed its introduction. The fact is, the finance minister's billion-dollar family company will benefit directly from Bill C-27. So again, specifically and clearly, why didn't the finance minister recuse himself from discussions about Bill C-27?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important to remember that since he was elected, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance has respected the rules, laws, and recommendations of the Ethics Commissioner. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, he announced that he would go further in the interest of transparency so that he can continue his work for Canadians. He would set up a blind trust for his assets and divest himself of his shares in Morneau Shepell. He's a man of integrity who has spent the last 2 years dedicating himself to public service. Thank you.
Member for Durham, order.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Finance Minister said he declared all his assets to the Ethics Commissioner, but we know that it took questions from the CBC before he revealed his private offshore corporation and updated his ethics filing 2 years late, Mr. Speaker. Will the minister confirm that he received a notice of violation from the Ethics Commissioner ahead of his refiling?
Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I can confirm to the member across the way is that as soon as he was elected, the Minister of Finance got in contact with the Ethics Commissioner to ensure that all of her recommendations were followed. Yesterday, there was a letter written by the Commissioner, or the member can read it, and it shows that he always followed all of those recommendations. Yesterday, he went further to avoid distraction and to be able to continue his important work for Canadians. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, it took questions from the CBC for the Finance Minister to reveal his private offshore corporation. It took pressure from this House for the Minister to start liquidating assets from his private Alberta corporation. The Prime Minister seems to think the Finance Minister gets to take a mulligan when it comes to his ethics filings. Mr. Speaker, when will this Finance Minister stop throwing the Ethics Commissioner under the bus and start taking responsibility for his failures?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister is by no means throwing the Ethics Commissioner under the bus. He's actually respecting everything the Ethics Commissioner has told him to do and working with her to make sure that not only is he respecting the rules, but he's going above and beyond the rules that govern us in this House. So I think, Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister will continue, has worked with the Ethics Commissioner to make sure that he's as forthcoming and transparent with the Ethics Commissioner who's safeguarding the integrity of this House.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, Sears Canada workers and retirees are hurting, and Liberal talking points are not helping. The Liberals are misleading Canadians by saying Sears Canada pensions won't be affected because they are in a trust, but that is not true. The value of workers' pensions will be reduced by 19% due to underfunding by the company, and it will further be reduced when Morneau Shepell delivers their bill for administrating the wind-up of the pension plans. When will the Liberals stop misleading Canadians and deliver a plan for Sears Canada's workers and pensioners?
The Honourable Minister of Science, Innovation and Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member opposite for raising this question. He's done so several times, and we share the concerns that he has with respect to the Sears employees, their families, and the many communities that have been impacted. That is why our government is trying to do everything we can to assist these workers during these difficult times. We've made every effort to connect with Sears employees and pensioners with programs that will assist them. In particular, Service Canada has been meeting with representatives. They've had 80 sessions, and that have been delivered across the country. We'll continue to work with these Sears employees. We'll work with their families to make sure that we assist them during this difficult time, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, Sears workers deserve more than talking points from this minister. Sears Canada employees and retirees worked hard to earn their benefits and pensions, and because the Liberals refuse to fix our broken bankruptcy legislation, Sears Canada executives continue to receive bonuses for a failing company. When will the Liberals stick up for workers and present a real plan to help Sears Canada employees? And 2 years after the election, will they keep their promise and fix the broken bankruptcy legislation in Canada?
Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, it's not talking points when we talk about the employees. It's not talking points when we talk about their families. We sincerely mean this, Mr. Speaker. That is why we are genuinely engaged with the Sears employees and their families to assist them during this difficult time. We also believe in secure pensions. And with respects to Sears, I understand that the current Sears Canada pension funds are held in trust and must be used solely for the benefits of the pensioners. And as the member opposite also well knows, the CCAA process is before the courts, and we're monitoring that situation as well, and will continue to assist the employees and their families.
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, Murno Chappelle has a subsidiary registered in the Barbados where corporate tax rates are rock bottom. In clear conflict, the finance minister is also responsible to oversee the tax treaties, including the one with Barbados. While he is wandering around telling small business owners that they are tax cheats and they're not paying their fair share, his wealth is growing in the sunny south. I have a quick question and a simple question. Did the finance minister recuse himself from all discussion regarding the tax treaty with Barbados?
The honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Revenue.
Mr. Speaker, our government is fully committed to fighting tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance. In the first two budget, we made historic investments of over $1 billion to CRA to have the right tools to crack down on tax evaders, Mr. Speaker. And our plan is already producing results. We're on track to recuperate $25 billion from our efforts against tax evasion and avoidance since coming to office. And more work is underway, Mr. Speaker. That's what Canadians expect from this government, and that's exactly what we'll continue to deliver for them.
The honourable member for Pont-Neuf, Jacques Cartier. Mr. Speaker, after 2 years, the Minister of Finance needs the Ethics Commissioner's help to fill out his declaration form. Wow. Furthermore, this minister has been helping his firm, Morneau Shepell, a pension plan specialist, by passing bills that give it an advantage. Now, he's been caught red-handed. Canadians want to know if this Minister of Finance, a shareholder of Morneau Shepell's subsidiary in Barbados, recused himself from discussions on the tax treaty with Barbados, which is a tax haven. Yes or no? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, what the Minister of Finance did from the time he took office was work with the Ethics Commissioner to ensure that all of the rules were followed and that all of her recommendations were followed. Yesterday, he announced that he would go further, that he would be placing his assets in a blind trust and divesting himself of his Morneau Shepell shares. But I would remind the member that 2 years ago, we were wondering if Canada would be going into a recession or if it was actually in a recession. 2 years later, under this finance minister, we have the fastest growing economy in the G7 countries. We have the lowest unemployment rate in the last 10 years. We've seen a 40% reduction in childhood poverty. And we have a minister who's focused on growth and inclusive prosperity.
Innisfil.
You know, Mr. Speaker, their excuses don't cut it because it's almost like a bank robber getting caught and then wanting to turn the money back. It doesn't work that way, Mr. Speaker. And Barbados is the #3 tax haven for wealthy Canadians. The finance minister is responsible for the Canada-Barbados tax treaty, and Morneau Shepell has a subsidiary on the tiny island. Mr. Speaker, since we now know that the minister's tens of millions of dollars in Morneau Shepell stocks were not at arm's length in a blind trust for the past 2 years, did the finance minister follow the law and recuse himself from all discussions regarding the tax treaty?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government is fully committed to fighting tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance. In the first two budgets, Mr. Speaker, we made historic investments of over $1 billion to CRA to crack down on tax evaders, and we're already seeing results, Mr. Speaker. We've had 627 cases transferred to criminal investigations. We've had 268 search warrants executed, 78 convictions. Let us be absolutely clear, Mr. Speaker. Tax evaders can no longer hide. Canadians expect nothing less.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, today the family of Lionel Desmond is on Parliament Hill. And this is a tragedy, the Desmond tragedy, that has impacted the veterans and military community across this country. And I can tell you, I was out there this morning, Mr. Speaker. The family is upset. They're upset because the Liberal government and this Minister of Veterans Affairs is not meeting with them. My colleagues and I were out there this morning to meet with the Desmond family, and this afternoon we'll be out there again. My question to the Minister of Veterans Affairs is, will he join me and my colleague from Durham and others in this House to walk 300 feet away to meet with the Desmond family.
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs. Order.
Certainly my condolences to the families involved.
We can't talk of specific cases out of respect for the privacy of the veteran and out of respect for the privacy of the families who are involved here. But there's no question that one suicide is one too many. With the Minister of National Defence, we have come forward with a joint suicide prevention strategy. We've hired 400 new frontline staff. We have reopened 9 offices that were closed by the previous government, Mr. Speaker. We have access to 4,000 mental health professionals and 11 operational stress injury clinics. And we say to veterans and to their families, if you need help, please raise your hand. One suicide is one too many. Thank you.
The Honourable Member. Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Desnathy, Mississippi Churchill River.
This week, Indigenous leaders sent a letter to the Prime Minister after being left out of developing new environmental legislation. They say the Liberals are failing to make good on their commitments to work in partnership with Indigenous people. This is not how to establish a nation-to-nation relationship with Indigenous people. In my northern riding of Desnathy, Mississippi Churchill River, the effects of climate change are felt every day. When will the Liberals work with Indigenous people to develop new environmental legislation?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for the question. No relationship is more important to the Government of Canada than the one with Indigenous peoples. Over the past year, our government has held more than 200 meetings with Indigenous peoples across the country about environmental assessments. We've had weekly technical meetings with the Assembly of First Nations staff and federal officials, and it's also been a very useful means to exchange perspectives and to understand the best way to move forward. We certainly invite the Assembly of First Nations to continue to be part of this process. We are working very hard with Indigenous peoples, with provinces, with civil society and with business to ensure a world-class environmental assessment system that supports reconciliation, environment, protection of the environment, ensures that good projects.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavut Gayou.
Mr. Speaker, during the initial negotiations of NAFTA, Indigenous peoples of Canada and Mexico, as well as tribal governments in the U.S., didn't really have a say on the agreement. The government committed to including a chapter on Indigenous rights in its proposals. However, there is great concern that their fundamental rights will be set aside once again because of the Americans' very contentious demands. Will the government commit to including the chapter on Indigenous rights in this renegotiation of NAFTA?
Secretary Parliamentary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The rights of Indigenous peoples must be respected. That is the position of our government. That is why Canada shared a document on the chapter having to do with Indigenous peoples with the United States and Mexico. We continue to work with them on this important issue. Including this chapter in a trade agreement would be a first for Canada, and we are proud to be working on it. Thank you.
Mactaquac.
Monsieur le Président, Groupe Transportation Dan Ross et Tisdale Trucking.
Mr. Speaker, Day Ross Transportation and Tisdale Trucking Limited in my riding of Tobique Mactaquac had the opportunity to testify before the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration on the matter of immigration to Atlantic Canada. Our government launched a pilot program to attract and retain immigrants and international graduates to the region.
Unique employer-driven initiative focuses on facilitating successful long-term integration and retention by providing newcomers with a job offer and an individualized settlement plan. Can the Minister of Immigration update this House on the ways the government can further support employers through this new pilot program? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Immigration and Refugees.
Monsieur le Président, je veux remercier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question.
Is a tremendous opportunity to attract skilled newcomers and their families to Atlantic Canada, and it represents a new approach in immigration. This one-of-a-kind program works with employers to settle and integrate not only the skilled immigrants but their families, and will now be complemented by a specialized team at IRCC to make sure that employers are walked over and make sure that they work through the immigration process. Our government is very much committed to implementing real solutions through the Atlantic Growth Strategy to strengthen the Atlantic Canadian economy. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Finance Minister stood in this House and claimed the reason he failed to disclose his offshore corporation to the Ethics Commissioner was due to an early administrative error. Can the Minister confirm that if any Canadian fails to disclose foreign companies to the appropriate government body, they can make the problem disappear simply by claiming it is an early administrative error? Or does this only work if you're the Prime Minister's right-hand man?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Finance Minister has worked from the very beginning, right after the election, with the Ethics Commissioner to make sure that he's in full compliance with the rules that govern us in this House, to make sure that he follows all the recommendations that she puts forward, and he has done so. Namely, he's put up a conflict of interest wall, which she recommended. This is still up, but yesterday, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to remind the member, the Minister has announced that he'd go even further and place his assets in a blind trust, divest himself of all the shares him and his family have in Morneau Chapelle. This is a man of great integrity who's dedicated his last 2 years to public service with great results for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Calgary Confederation.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister failed. He failed to declare his offshore corporation to the Ethics Commissioner. He was required to disclose this 2 years ago before his claims, but he claims, though, that it was because of early administrative errors. No one is buying this, Mr. Speaker. He hid this from Canadians until he got caught. How can we trust anything the minister says now when we know he's been deceiving Canadians for so long?
Hear, hear. Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we have all the trust in the Ethics Commissioner to set the right path forward for parliamentarians, to provide with the good recommendations, and this Minister has worked with the Ethics Commissioner from the very beginning to make sure that he's in full compliance with the rules, that he follows her recommendations, which he has done. And yesterday, Mr. Speaker, as I've mentioned, he's announced he'd go even further to avoid the distraction and keep focusing on the real work he's been doing for Canadians for the last 2 years, steering our economy back into the right direction, the direction of growth, the direction of prosperity, the direction of prosperity for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, Mr. Speaker, on Thanksgiving weekend, the CRA employee told the Globe and Mail that the government was going to tax employee discounts. Then, after a full day of confused and contradictory messages from the Liberals, the minister backtracked and threw her own bureaucrats under the bus. The Council of Retailers knew that this was coming, and they warned the Finance Committee in September. So why is the minister trying to tax discounts for retail and restaurant workers and then blaming it all on her bureaucrats?
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the last 2 years, our government has been focused on helping the middle class and those working hard to join it. The document from agency did not reflect the intention of our government. It has been removed and is being reviewed. We will continue to ensure that our actions support the middle class, and like the Prime Minister stated, we will not be going after anyone's retail employee discounts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, the Revenue Minister acts like she was the last one to know that the CRA wants to tax employee discounts. When the plan became public, she blamed the agency and accepted no responsibility. With the Finance Minister attacking small businesses and hiding his assets while concealing his conflicts of interest, and the Revenue Minister wanting to tax benefits from some of the lowest paid workers in Canada, when will these ministers stand up and take responsibility for their actions instead of just blaming others?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I just mentioned, since day one, our government has been focused on helping the middle class. The document from the agency did not reflect the intention of our government. It has been removed and is being reviewed. We will continue to ensure that our actions support the middle class, and like Prime Minister stated, we will not be going after anyone's retail employee discounts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
More and more Nanaimo Ladysmith constituents have faced blocks getting the government services they need. My office is flooded with desperate requests from people who can't get access to the help they need. They wait hours on the phone only to be told, go to the website and fill out a form. Agencies are underfunded, leaving workers scrambling to deal with the growing backlog. The Liberals promised so much more. When will they hire back the workers the Conservatives cut? and get Canadians access to the services they need.
The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to receive this question. Our government believes that it's very important that Canadians receive the benefits and the services they deserve and that they need. We have put into place since Budget 2016 measures which are already generating significant benefits for EI, employment insurance, for instance. The rate at which Canadians are now able to connect through the call centre has increased from 29% to 82% in less than 18 months. We have a lot of work to do, and we'll continue to do it, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, the Phoenix pay system is creating tons of anxiety on Parks Canada, on Fisheries and Oceans, and other Government of Canada employees in my riding of Courtenay Alberni. My office is receiving desperate pleas from workers who are still waiting to get paid. The Phoenix fiasco has been dragging on for almost 2 years, and still there's no end in sight. What is this government's plan to ensure workers get the pay they so desperately need? And when will the Phoenix backlog finally be cleared?
Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is unacceptable that hardworking public services are not paid the money they're owed. These issues have caused real hardships for many public services and their families, and they shouldn't have to face them. Resolving this as quickly as possible is our priority. That's why we're focused on improving our governance, improving business processes, increasing technical and human capacity, and rest assured, Mr. Speaker, we will leave no stone unturned.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recently at the Justice Committee, we heard from a number of victims groups, including Families for Justice, who made the very reasonable proposal that anyone convicted of killing somebody because of their drunken driving should go to jail for at least 5 years. Now, the Liberals were very quick to reject this common sense proposal. Why do they think that is so unreasonable?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice. One of them.
Mr. Speaker, our government is absolutely committed to improving road safety, and that's why we brought forward strong legislation to provide law enforcement with the tools that they need to detect and to prosecute the most serious of offenders and to keep our roadways safe. We've gone beyond merely introducing legislation, but ensured that they also have the resources and the training by announcing $161 million for the training of those officers and the providing of those resources. Mr. Speaker, it's through those actions that we are going to save lives.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton. Order.
Speaker, sentences handed down for impaired driving causing death are an absolute joke, with offenders walking away with fines as low as $1,500. Instead of standing up for victims, Liberal MPs voted to defeat a Conservative amendment to Bill C-46 to provide for a 5-year mandatory sentence for impaired drivers who kill. Why does the minister think it is okay for impaired drivers who kill to walk away with a slap on the wrist?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, we absolutely do not believe that impaired drivers should be able to drive on our roadways without a reasonable prospect of getting caught. They have to know that there are consequences for their action. The legislation that we have introduced provides for strong consequences, and when the evidence warrants it, appropriate sentences will be afforded to those offenders.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, Diabetes Canada is complaining that the Canada Revenue Agency is now rejecting people with diabetes from receiving the disability tax credit because their disability doesn't occupy more than 14 hours of their time in a week. People with type 1 diabetes have to perform 600 steps for their treatment each day. So the Liberals are now increasing taxes on disabled people. Is there anything this Liberal government won't tax other than the Prime Minister's family fortunes and the Finance Minister's many corporations?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Revenue.
Mr. Speaker, our government has committed to ensuring that the agency delivers quality service to Canadians and that all Canadians have access to the credits and benefits that they deserve. We know that the disability tax credit is an extremely important credit for individuals with severe and prolonged impairments in physical or mental functions. That is why our government is making it possible for nurse practitioners to complete the applications of their patients. These changes make it easier for Canadians with disability to access this extremely important credit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for the Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, according to the Conference Board of Canada, we know that tobacco use in Canada costs the Canadian economy billions of dollars each year. We also know that cigarette smoking is still the leading cause of premature death in Canada. What is the Minister of Health doing to address tobacco addiction and the use of tobacco in our country? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to begin by thanking the member from the Bay of Quinte for the tireless work that he does on behalf of his constituents and for his strong advocacy on this important health issue. Mr. Speaker, we have all seen the tragic statistics. Tobacco kills more than 45,000 Canadians each year. Numbers like these are precisely why our government is taking action by making tobacco use less appealing, especially to youth. We remain committed to introducing plain packaging and to reducing tobacco use in Canada to less than 5% by 2035. Our government will work to better protect the health and safety of all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Alberta is getting eaten alive. Jasper Park is turning brown due to the pine beetle infestation. Now they are fed up with Parks Canada and they are moving into the foothills region. From 40,000 trees last year to over 500,000 this year. Wow. Our previous Conservative government gave $8 million to fight this. What is the Minister of Natural Resources going to do to stop the pine beetles from attacking our forests?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And certainly invasive species in our forest sector is something that we have dealt with over the decades and centuries in this country. We are working hard with our partners in the forest sector to find solutions to some of these challenges. There are challenges on the East Coast as well as in Alberta. I want to assure the member that we are seized with the issue and will continue to work with the Minister of Environment and the sector to come up with a solution to this challenging problem. Thank you.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, internationally trained newcomers in my riding of Etobicoke Lakeshore need help getting their credentials recognized in the new country they now call home. Newcomers want to be productive members of society, but sometimes navigating the Canadian system for those who are trained abroad can be complicated. They need meaningful assistance so they can achieve their professional and personal potential. Can the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour update this House on measures taken to support internationally trained newcomers?
Good job. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member from the Etobicoke Lakeshore for his strong advocacy on this particular issue. That's right. He deserves a round of applause. As part of the targeted employment strategy for newcomers, Mr. Speaker, we've launched a call for proposals for the Foreign Credential Recognition Loans Program. This program will offer loans to help with the recognition process. Helping newcomers get their foreign credentials recognized faster will allow them to join the Canadian workforce faster. This is critical to growing our economy and strengthening our middle class.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou.
Caring for veterans, it is not just a matter of putting together beautiful public policy. It is a matter of reaching out, giving a hand, and listening. A year ago, there was a Veterans on the Hill on hunger strike. The minister refused to go meet him. Today, the Desmond family is on the Hill. They need the minister here and compassion. Will it go meet them today, right now, after QP in a few minutes?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans.
I will meet with the family at a convenient time today. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, what's happening in Spain is appalling. It's no longer the will of Catalans to achieve independence that's being questioned. Madrid is attacking the fundamental tenets of democracy, the right to vote, freedom of expression, freedom of association, and now even the independent status of the Catalonian government are being taken away. Will the Canadian government finally stand up for democracy and tell the government of Spain that enough is enough with attacking the Catalans? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, Canada appreciates its relationship with Spain, and we are following what's happening in that country very closely. We encourage the parties to find a peaceful solution to this debate and respect the rule of law and within the framework of the Spanish Constitution. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-Lille. Mr. Speaker, every year the families of Quebec's seasonal workers in Lac-Saint-Jean and elsewhere go through up to 17 weeks of poverty because the employment insurance system does not match up with their reality. There have been many pilot projects to increase the number of weeks of benefits extended to seasonal workers, and benefits have been extended to regions that depend on oil, but not for Quebec. Will the Liberal government re-implement pilot projects to extend benefits to Quebec seasonal workers? The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for this question, which is very relevant. We do believe in the importance of EI, which guarantees not only revenue safety in circumstances that can be very difficult, but also facilitate the transition towards new jobs. We have implemented since April 2016 significant measures that counter some of the that have been misunderstood. We've been doing much better since April 2016, and we plan to do much better. Thank you. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-Lille. Again, evasive answers. For 12 years, when it designated the woodland caribou as a vulnerable species, Quebec implemented productive measures, and they are working. 3/4 of caribou can be found in areas where there's no forestry activity, and where they cohabitate with human activity, their numbers keep going up. Because Quebec's measures are working, why is the government refusing to consider them, and why is it leaving Lac-Saint-Jean's forestry workers out in the cold? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, or rather the Honourable Minister for the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are committed to working with the provinces as well as the municipality of Lac-Saint-Jean and the province of Quebec and the municipalities all throughout Canada in order to protect and reestablish endangered species in Canada, including caribou. The environment and the economy need to work together. Therefore, we are working very closely with provinces, territories, and municipalities.
Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The offshore petroleum boards in Atlantic Canada, the Canada Nova Scotia Offshore Board, the Canada Newfoundland Labrador Offshore Board, have legislated mandates to expand oil and gas activity in the offshore. They've never had any role in environmental assessment. If they did, it would be a conflict of interest. Now it appears the Liberals are following through on Stephen Harper's plans to put these boards involved in environmental assessment where they shouldn't be. Can the Minister of Environment assure this House that she'll keep the offshore boards out of environmental assessment?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for her continued advocacy on the environment. We understand that we need to rebuild trust in our environmental assessment system, that we need to make sure that the environment and the economy go together. That is why we are working extraordinarily hard with provinces, with Indigenous peoples, with civil society, with business, to ensure that we have a world-class environmental assessment system that protects the environment, supports reconciliation, and ensures that good projects go ahead in a timely way with regulatory certainty.
Here, here. And this will conclude a question period for today. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration de ministre. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committee. Introduction of private members' bill. Yep. Mrs. Shanahan, seconded by Mr. Mandicino, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Change the Name of the Electoral District of Châteauguay-Lacolle. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
A rose by any other name would smell as sweet, but this is not always the case for the name of a riding. Donc, au nom de mes
And therefore, on behalf of my constituents, I'm very proud to rise and introduce my private member's bill, which proposes to change the name of my riding to Châteauguay-les-Jardins de Napierville. And the reasons are very clear for the change. First, the municipality of Lacolle is in the neighboring riding, the riding of Saint-Jean. And it is the municipality of Saint-Bernard-de-Lacolle that is in our riding. So this is confusing for constituents on both sides of the riding boundaries. I'd like to thank my constituents for being here today to support my bill. Second, we're very proud that the name includes Jardin de Napierville because this is a very important area for horticultural producers and for the agri-food industry in general.
To support my bill because with the urban aspect of our riding well represented by the name Châteauguay and the rural aspect represented by the name Les Jardins de Napierville, the name Châteauguay-les Jardins de Napierville sounds very sweet indeed.
Mrs. Shanahan, seconded by Mr. Poisson, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
And when shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of private members' bills. Dépôt de loi éminent des députés. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, there have been some discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That notwithstanding the standing order or usual practice of the House, Bill C-60, an act to correct certain anomalies, inconsistencies, and errors, and to deal with other matters of non-controversial and uncomplicated nature in the statutes of Canada, and to repeal certain acts and provisions that have expired, lapsed, or otherwise ceased to have effect, be deemed read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole, deemed considered in the committee of the whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in at report stage, and deemed read a third time and passed.
Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Yes? The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes? Agreed? Carried. The Honourable...
Troisième lecture de ce projet de loi,
no.
reading of this bill.
Of course, there's that extra step that normally we don't see. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I believe that we've actually accomplished what it is that we were hoping to achieve by the passage of the bill, so we could probably go on to the next rubric.
Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise today to present two petitions. The first from petitioners who once again are calling from this House to take action to ensure that cruelty against animals is curtailed. We often know, as many law enforcement officials will tell us, that cruelty to animals is a warning sign of criminal activity that will later take place affecting human beings, and in the rights of animals themselves, it offends our sensibilities. These petitioners call for animal cruelty crimes to be taken from the property section of the Criminal Code and strengthen the legislation. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, again deals with the ongoing persecution of practitioners of Falun Dafa and Falun Gong within the People's Republic of China. They call for the Government of Canada to take measures to protect practitioners and to put pressure on the People's Republic of China to respect the practitioners of peaceful practices, Falun Dafa and Falun Gong.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Victoria.
Two petitions to raise today. The first is an e-petition, E766, and it is from about 1,300 of my constituents in Victoria. It calls on the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food to outright ban battery cages, enriched cages, and all other cages from Canada's egg industry, making it illegal to confine a chicken in any cage of any size for any period of time, and that the transition be far shorter than the 2036 timeline proposed by the Egg Farmers of Canada. Obviously, the supporters asked for implementation within a drastically shorter period. The second petition raises a very important issue, not just for members of my riding of Victoria, but for all Canadians. I want to begin by commending the Victoria Raging Grannies and the Vancouver Island Peace and Disarmament Network for collecting signatures on their petition, which calls for Canada's participation in and ratification of the United Nations Treaty to abolish nuclear weapons. These constituents call on Parliament to take a position independent of NATO and the United States and to support the treaty to prohibit the development, production, transfer, stationing, and use of nuclear weapons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am honored to present two petitions. The first relates to impaired driving causing death. Families for Justice is a group of Canadians who have lost a loved one. Their loved one has been killed by an impaired driving, and they believe that Canada's impaired driving laws and C-46, the legislation that is being debated in this House today, is much too lenient. They want the crime called what it is, vehicular homicide. And they believe that in mandatory sentencing, they believe that the minimum sentence of charging $1,000 for somebody to kill somebody while driving impaired is totally insufficient, and they're calling for this Parliament to change that. They oppose C-46. The second petition that I have is regards to conscience protection, and Canadians are outraged that the conscience protection of physicians are being ignored in provinces like Ontario, where physicians are being forced to do practices that are against their consciences. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm rising to table a petition on behalf of 600 Canadians who are condemning political violence and the instability in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The signatories are calling on Canada to put diplomatic pressure on the DRC in order to put an end to the violation of human rights and to ensure fair, transparent, and free elections.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I rise in this House bringing voices from coastal British Columbia calling on the Minister of Transport to cancel the plans for 5 bulk freighter anchorages off Gabriola Island. These are in length of up to 300 meters long. They're for export of American products across the Pacific, no community benefit. Petitioners note the scouring of the seabed by anchors and the risk of oil spill threatens herring and needlefish spawning beds, has a potential impact on Gabriola's tourism and fishing charters. They list a number of devastating impacts this could have on our community for no economic, no jobs benefit at all, and we urge again the Transport Minister to withdraw the application.
You're here.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to table 2 petitions. The first is e-petition 1067, signed by over 600 Canadians, and the petition calls for the government to raise awareness around the need to better address psychological violence in the workplace. Psychological hazards exist in the workplace, and they must be substantially addressed. I'm very pleased to be able to support and present this motion and the actions of those who are trying to make Canadian workplaces safer for everyone. The second petition I will table is e-petition 1166, signed by over 1,500 Canadians. And what the petitioners are requesting is to improve Canadians' access to documents which have been published by their government. The petition seeks to improve the openness and transparency of our democracy by improving access to government information. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is that agreed? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, comments, resuming debate at report stage of Bill C-46, an act to amend the criminal code, offences relating to conveyances, and to make consequential amendments to other acts.
When the House last took up the debate on the motion, the Honourable Member for Victoria had 3.5 minutes remaining in the time for his remarks. We'll go to resuming debate, and the Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the short amount of time that I have still available, I simply wanted to repeat where I started, and which is the fact that we have in Canada the impaired driving as the leading cause of criminal deaths, and we have the worst, or one of the worst, impaired driving records in the developed world. So, not surprisingly, this bill is attempting to address the scourge of impaired driving. We heard from Mothers Against Drunk Driving at the Justice Committee, and countless witnesses telling their stories in a heartbreaking way of the loss that they've suffered. However, this bill, Mr. Speaker, poses serious concerns in the area particularly of mandatory alcohol screening. Now, there are also problems with the bill that time will not allow me to address in terms of the minimum sentencing provision, something which this government said it opposes, yet nevertheless brought in again in this bill. So what is that concern with mandatory alcohol testing? The new police powers enacted through this legislation remove the reasonable suspicion requirements for roadside inspection by peace officers that presently exist in the criminal code, moving to instead a mandatory system by which, at the discretion of the patrolling officer, motorists must submit to random breath samples without any justification whatsoever. In other words, on a whim. Now, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the NDP, Mr. Jagmeet Singh, told the Toronto Star that he has himself been pulled over 11 times because of the way he looks. He said, quote, "I've been stopped by the police for no other reason than the color of my skin. It makes you feel like you don't belong. It makes you feel like there's something wrong with you for just being you." And that is why, of course, he's worked so hard to address racial carding and the like in the province of Ontario. Vancouver lawyer Ms. Kyla Lee from Acumen Law testified as follows to the committee, and I quote, "As a Métis, I am very concerned about how this is going to affect people from the Aboriginal community. We see in BC already basically an offence of driving while native, and that's only going to get worse," close quote. So we have, of course, grave concerns about this bill, as do so many witnesses, including the Canadian Civil Liberties Association, that likewise brought their concerns to the committee. They said this, quote, "Since some individuals will often be pulled over randomly 5, 10, a dozen times in a few months for no obvious reason other than their age, the color of their skin, or the neighborhood they're driving in, randomized breath testing will often be humiliating and degrading to individuals who are subject to search." The NDP managed to get, despite bringing forward many amendments at the committee, at least one that I think will make a difference here. And we commend it to the House and hope that it gets enacted in the final bill in the vote. But we succeeded in getting Section 31.1 added to the bill, and it would say that the government must table a report in Parliament within 3 years after these controversial sections come into force, and that review the Attorney General, quote, must undertake a comprehensive review of the implementation and operation of the provisions at question. So in short, Mr. Speaker, this is a complicated bill. We're going to take the time over the next while to consult and make sure the balance that's been struck has been struck properly for all Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his usual thoughtful speech. He is a law professor, but he's a recovering law professor, I think. And his core analysis is that by replacing the reasonable suspicion test with the mandatory test will, in effect, create more difficulties for people who already feel victimized by the way in which police officers target, for want of a better term, particular groups of people in our society. And as I represent a riding that has possibly got one of, if not the most numerous kinds of varieties of people, of variety of races, ethnicities, religions, et cetera, this is a point of acute sensitivity for me. So I am concerned that he does make this point, but I'm not convinced, how should we say, that by replacing reasonable suspicion with mandatory actually will address the scourge that he is most concerned about. So I'd be interested in his thoughts on that matter.
Honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend from Scarborough for his thoughtful question. And of course, I know his riding to be one of the most racially diverse ridings in the country, so I know that he comes to this with the same concerns that I do. At the committee, I asked the famous Professor Peter Hogg exactly this question. You know, how can this be constitutional? And he said, well, I've done a legal opinion. I think it's fine, mandatory breath testing, etc. But if there were evidence that there had been, in a sense, the use of this in the inappropriate way that we're concerned with, i.e. racial profiling, that would, quote, give him pause. So if the evidence were, in the next 3 years, that indeed it is being abused in this fashion, then we, in the bill, would have the ability to have it changed, because it would have to be a report to that effect in this place, and hopefully members like the member for Scarborough-Guildwood and myself would be the first to blow the whistle on those abuses. So that's why the section has been added. We hope it will be effective, but we still are concerned that the bill is unconstitutional. I suggested it be referred in a reference to the Supreme Court of Canada, given all the testimony to that it was unconstitutional that we heard. The government rejected that proposition, so we'll have to see. We don't know what the government finally will do with this bill at this stage, but one hopes that it will take these concerns as seriously as the honourable member and I do.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Regarding Bill C-46 and the concerns raised by NDP leader Jagmeet Singh and many others, that we already have a problem in Canada with people of colour being pulled over by police simply because of the colour of their skin. And in relation to this bill, the Civil Liberties Association has highlighted that this could deepen the problem that Canada already has about with racial profiling and an understandable mistrust of police enforcement. I'd like to hear from the member why or his thoughts about the balance, going deeper into that problem, as opposed to acceding to some of the police justice requests to have better resources for better training to deal with the laws that we have already in relation to recognizing impaired driving, whether that be from alcohol or marijuana. Thank you.
For Victoria.
Thank you, and thanks to my friend from Nanaimo, Ladysmith, for her question, and for reminding this House that although I've spoken primarily about the alcohol issue in this bill, of course the other aspect, of course, is the cannabis and driving under the influence of other drugs, for which this is the first time we have a bill like this that has these powers available to it. She asked that we drill deeper into the issue of racial profiling. And I think that Jagmeet Singh, the leader of the NDP, put it very well. He said, as Prime Minister, I will enact a federal ban on racial profiling to end it once and for all. He talks about how since he was 17 years old and began driving, he's been pulled over 11 times for police, quote, for no reason except my color. Now, we know a lot of Canadians are experiencing that. We've heard the Métis lawyer, Kyla Lee, whom I mentioned earlier, talk about this notion of driving while native. And we've all heard the expression in Toronto, particularly, of driving while black. This is a real issue. It affects real Canadians. Reasonable suspicion requires just that. That's what the law says now. Now, if we're giving the police these new powers to pull somebody over on a whim, then obviously we have a right to be concerned. Does this bill strike the correct balance? Because we also have, on the other hand, serious problems with impaired driving, and having more people driving on the road under the influence of cannabis and other drugs is only going to exacerbate that. The NDP completely understands that, and we want to make sure, in the time available before the vote, that we have got this balance right.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to enter into this debate. And I'm entering in from something of a position of disadvantage in that I do not sit on the Justice Committee and therefore have not listened to the testimony that came before the Justice Committee, and therefore am dependent on what's going on here this morning, but also upon my friend from Scarborough Southwest, the only double-hatted parliamentary secretary in this chamber, the parliamentary secretary, the Minister of Health, and also the Minister of Justice. And he does bring to this debate a unique expertise, having been the former chief of police in the city of Toronto, and has in some respects seen it all. So we are very fortunate to have his contribution to this debate. Now, when I did sit on the Justice Committee, Mr. Speaker, we, if you will, looked at this issue several times in several different ways. And in doing so, and what always stopped us from moving forward on drug-impaired driving was the issue of a test that somehow or another would provide a definitive statement as to whether the individual was or was not impaired. And currently, and what is being suggested is that there will be a saliva test to be administered, which will give an indication of impairment. But the public good that is here is obvious, Mr. Speaker, because there are numerous deaths that are caused on our roads by drivers impaired by alcohol, drivers impaired by drugs, and sometimes drivers impaired by both alcohol and drugs. And it is right that this government focuses on those those levels of impairment. It's particularly right that this government focuses on a test for drug impairment in the anticipation that cannabis legislation will be will have received or will be it will be the law of the land come this time next year. So, Mr. Speaker, currently drug-impaired driving is a criminal offense, and this Bill C-46 does in fact create new ways in which to determine impairment. Currently, there's a standardized set of tests that every police officer gives to someone who is suspected of impaired driving by means of drugs. And these are, if you will, sobriety tests. And to just give the listening audience some idea, you may be asked to walk a straight line or stand on one leg, demonstrate some form of physical or motor skills to lead the police officer either towards the conclusion that there is some impairment or away from the conclusion that there is some impairment. And then, if in fact the police officer concludes that there is some form of impairment by drugs, she is then authorized to, if you will, take you to the station and see whether in fact you are impaired. And there is a 12-step protocol to determine whether the person is impaired by drugs. And it includes, again, balancing, whether you can walk a straight line or stand on a leg, or they look at your pupil size, they will take your blood pressure, and these forms of tools have been useful, if time-consuming, but still useful to actually increase the number of convictions for drug-impaired offenses. However, Mr. Speaker, the incidence of drug-impaired driving actually has gone up quite dramatically, and even though the current use of these tools is effective in securing convictions, it's still not sufficient. So Bill C-46 proposes, if you will, a better solution, an improved solution. I don't think anyone will be saying this is the end, the final solution, if you will. And the core proposal here is providing an oral fluid sample that will be analyzed if the police officer has a reasonable suspicion, and that's well understood in criminal law, and through observations of the suspect. So things like red eyes, muscle tremors, abnormal speech patterns, and of course just simply the smell of cannabis will precipitate the request for an oral fluid screen, and that will provide the information to the officer as to whether this individual, whether the individual officer will have reasonable and probable grounds to believe that impaired driving has occurred. And then the next stage after that is that the police officer will be entitled to demand a blood sample from the driver. And if the blood sample meets the test, then there is a presumption that will set in, and the presumption will be that impaired driving has occurred. The Crown then is relieved of the burden of proving impairment, and the onus would therefore shift to the accused. And it would be enough to prove that the driver had an illegal level of drugs in his or her body. And then the proposal, Mr. Speaker, is in effect, this is framework legislation. It is setting things up so that when the cannabis law eventually passes, that there will be a framework in place. And so the people will observe that the levels at this point haven't been set. But there is a proposal as to what the levels might be, and at the lowest level, if you will, is that it's 2 nanograms, but less than 5 nanograms of THC per milliliter of blood within 2 hours of driving. And on the hybrid offense, which is essentially can go summary or indictment, it would be 5 nanograms of THC per milliliter of blood, again within 2 hours. And then there's a proposed combined offense, which is both THC and alcohol, where on alcohol is 0.5 combined with 2.5 nanograms of milliliters of blood within 2 hours of driving. A number of speakers, Mr. Speaker, have said that, well, it's almost certain that this will be challenged in court. And I agree with them. It's almost certain that it will be challenged in court. I can recollect when the 0.8 level for alcohol impairment was first proposed. Prior to that, determination of drunk driving was by the tests that I had outlined earlier, namely walking a straight line and balance tests and breath tests, and they were always subject to cross-examination and challenge from the accused. But once the 0.8 level was set, after a great deal, Mr. Speaker, of litigation, that became, if you will, the accepted standard and brought much more certainty to the prosecution and defense, for that matter, of drug-impaired driving. Mr. Speaker, you know, you get the question from time to time as to well, how much cannabis can I consume, or how much any other drug, for that matter, can I consume? And the only answer, Mr. Speaker, is that none is the answer. That if you intend to drive, don't take drugs. It's about that simple. And similarly with alcohol, Mr. Speaker, if you intend to drive, don't take alcohol, and make some other arrangement to get yourself home. We do have a scourge in our society, Mr. Speaker. We do have a serious problem. One of the previous speakers said that in the case of the Germans, they drink a lot more, but they drive a lot less, and we've got it exactly reversed. So, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your time and attention. I look forward to any questions colleagues may ask.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I acknowledge the thoughtful remarks from the honourable member for Scarborough, Guildwood. One of the things that I was very disappointed in Bill C-46 was that it does not increase penalties for the most serious impaired driving offence, namely impaired driving causing death. We, on this side, put forward a reasonable, common-sense amendment at the Justice Committee to provide for a 5-year mandatory sentence for impaired driving causing death in the face of the fact that individuals convicted of this very serious offence in some cases are walking free with nothing more than a $1,500 fine. I would wonder if the honourable member thinks it's fair and just that individuals accused and convicted of this offence walk away with a $1,500 fine.
The honourable member for Scarborough, Guildwood.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for the question and the passion with which he puts it. On the face of it, those seem to be irreconcilable concepts, namely that, you know, $1,500 slap in the wrist kind of idea for impaired driving. But, Mr. Speaker, it speaks to the larger issue of, if you will, minimum mandatories and the issue of substituting, in effect, parliamentary judgment on each individual case for a judge's judgment. A judge will sit in a court. He will hear evidence from, he or she will hear evidence from both sides. She will look at the law and apply the law according to the facts. I think it is, in my view, I'm much more confident that the judiciary will fashion a just sentence rather than a punitive sentence. Necessarily, Parliament is quite crude because we have not heard the facts of every individual case.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the my honourable colleague from Scarborough, not just for his great understanding of this issue, but also for being a great mentor to us new MPs. He's got a lot of experience in the House. I have a question for the member, and we know that the exercise of police authority can and does disproportionately affect visible minorities. The experience of carding or street checking, disproportionate arrest and charging of visible minorities for marijuana offences makes that clear. our new leader, Jagmeet Singh, when he was in the Ontario legislature, raised this repeatedly. Maybe what reason would an officer, maybe the member can tell me, what reason would an officer have to give under this legislation to ensure that racialized Canadians are not targeted for mandatory breath testing?
Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
The honourable member raises a very legitimate question, Mr. Speaker, and one that has had some debate earlier in the day, and to which I don't think there's any really good answer. I represent a community that has pretty well every racial, ethnic group known to mankind in it, and I have sat in my office and listened to people who feel that they have been unfairly discriminated against by police officers. I think that a statement by this Parliament as to the issue of mandatory breath samples versus reasonable suspicion breath samples, a statement by this Parliament would be in order, that this is not tolerable. Mr. Justice Hogg, Professor Hogg, too was given pause to concern about this. So I thank him for his question, to which I don't think there's a great answer.
We've got time for one more short question and response. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I think we actually have the answer. I actually heard the member from Victoria earlier suggest that the police could stop somebody on a whim, and that's simply not the law that's being put before Parliament today. And I would draw the member's attention to the actual act, which says that if a peace officer has in their possession an approved screening device, and this is the important part in the answer to the question that's been asked, in the course of the lawful exercise of powers under an Act of Parliament, an Act of Provincial Legislature arising at common law, in order for the stop to be lawful, it has to be according to the law. And the stop that is motivated by bias, any form of bias, and in particular racial profiling, would be by its very definition an unlawful stop. And therefore, there would be no authority under this legislation for a member to administer and demand such a test. And so, Mr. Speaker, the law provides a very clear protection for all citizens, that the police must be bound by the law. And the law requires that before they would be able to make a demand for mandatory screening, the stop must be lawful according to a federal act, a provincial act, or in the common law. Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood. A short response, please.
As you know, Mr. Speaker, I started my speech, and the Honourable Member from Scarborough Southwest was out by saying that he's forgotten more about this particular area of practice than I'll ever know. But I think, with the greatest respect to my colleague, that the issue is not so much what the law says, it's the practice. And you have to take seriously the concerns that have been repeatedly expressed by various people, both his riding and mine, and around the country about profiling. And while I appreciate that the police officer should have and has to have a reasonable and probable ground to cause an investigation, I do also appreciate that some people feel that they have been targeted, and that is just simply not right.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is a privilege to rise to speak on Bill C-46, the government's alcohol and drug-impaired driving legislation. Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to study Bill C-46 at the Justice Committee. One thing that was very, very clear coming out of the Justice Committee, based upon the evidence from a number of witnesses, is that law enforcement isn't ready to implement aspects of Bill C-46 related to drug impairment in time for the government's arbitrary and rushed July 1st, 2018 timeline to legalize marijuana. Mr. Speaker, once Bill C-46 is passed, it will require that some 65,000 police officers across Canada get trained and understand Bill C-46. That's going to take time, and it's going to be costly. Mr. Speaker, we heard the need for some 2,000 drug recognition experts. At present, there are only 600 drug recognition experts in Canada. And Mr. Speaker, in answer to a question that I posed to Department of Public Safety officials at the Justice Committee, it appears that only approximately 100 more drug recognition experts will be trained by July 1st, 2018. Mr. Speaker, then there are issues surrounding per se limits for THC. Whether these per se limits are appropriate, what the per se limits should be. Mr. Speaker, this government hasn't addressed that yet. 9 months until the July 1st rollout. There are serious questions about, of course, the correlation between THC levels and drug impairment. On the question of public awareness, the Marijuana Task Force, as part of the public health approach that it took, called upon the government to launch an immediate and sustained public awareness campaign. Mr. Speaker, where is the campaign? It has not been sustained. It has not been fully rolled out. And Mr. Speaker, we're just 9 months away. And so, given these and other reasons, it's no wonder that the law enforcement community has called upon the government to delay the legalization of marijuana beyond July 1st, 2018. After all, law enforcement won't have the tools, resources, and time to deal with the multiplicity of issues that will arise from legalization. And it really is, quite frankly, frustrating that notwithstanding that very resounding message, this government refuses to back down and is moving full steam ahead with legalization, even though law enforcement won't have the tools, won't have the resources, and won't have the time to keep our roads safe. So what is that going to mean for the health and safety of Canadians? Well, Mr. Speaker, when legalization occurs, more and more Canadians are going to use marijuana. That is a fact. And as a result, there will be more drug-impaired drivers. And without the tools and resources and training to enforce the laws, including laws that would come on the books once Bill C-46 is passed, it's going to mean more injuries, more deaths, and more carnage on our roads. And Mr. Speaker, this government will bear partial responsibility for those injuries, those deaths, and that carnage that is sure to ensue. Now, Mr. Speaker, with respect to Part 2 of Bill C-46, which deals with alcohol-impaired driving and would make a number of changes to the criminal code respecting alcohol-impaired driving, I must say that I congratulate the government for some of the measures that they have introduced. Bill C-46 will eliminate certain defenses that have been abused by impaired drivers. It will increase the maximum penalty for impaired driving causing bodily harm from 10 years to 14 years. Mr. Speaker, that's welcome. But I have to say, I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed that Bill C-46 does not tackle the most serious offense related to impaired driving, and that is impaired driving causing death. Bill C-46 does absolutely nothing to strengthen penalties for impaired driving causing death. Now, Mr. Speaker, one might say, well, if you look at the criminal code, the maximum sentence for impaired driving causing death is life behind bars. It sounds pretty good. It sounds appropriate that that should be the maximum penalty. The only difficulty with that, Mr. Speaker, is that very, very few individuals convicted of impaired driving causing death are sentenced to life behind bars. In fact, I'm not aware of a single case. There may be one or two, but I'm not aware of one. And if there are any cases, that is a rare, rare exception to the rule. What we see instead are impaired drivers who go out and get behind a 2,000 or 3,000 pound weapon and take the life of one or more human beings as a result of that, their choice to drink and drive, get off with a slap on the wrist. Mr. Speaker, we saw there was a case in Saskatchewan involving a mother and her son who were killed by an impaired driver. The individual responsible, do you know what he got? He got a $4,000 fine, not 1 day behind bars, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there have been cases where individuals have walked free with as little as a $1,500 fine. A $1,500 fine for being responsible for taking the life of another human being. Mr. Speaker, that's a joke. That is an absolute joke. It is fundamentally unfair, and it is fundamentally unjust. And it is why, Mr. Speaker, more than 100,000 Canadians have signed a petition calling for Parliament to act. It's why the victims' families who came before the Justice Committee called upon this Parliament to take steps to move forward with mandatory sentences. It's why our previous Conservative government introduced Bill C-73, which would have provided for a 6-year mandatory sentence for impaired drivers who kill. And it's why I introduced an amendment to Bill C-46 at the Justice Committee to provide for a mandatory sentence of at least 5 years, which was the minimum sentence that the victims who appeared before our committee asked for, Mr. Speaker. And yet, sadly, every single Liberal MP voted against that common sense amendment. And it's one thing to vote against an amendment, but they didn't even try. They didn't even put up an alternative. They just shrugged their shoulders and accepted the status quo. Mr. Speaker, the victims and their families deserve better from this government on Bill C-46. And so I'm hopeful that once this bill is passed, as it inevitably will be through this House, given that we have a majority government, that the Senate can get to work to try to improve this bill, to try to fix this bill, and help ensure that at the end of the day, the victims will finally be able to have some justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to share with the member opposite. When the National MAD, Mothers Against Drunk Driving President, Mrs. Patricia Hines Coates, came before our committee and she was asked about mandatory minimum sentences, this is what she said. As a mom, as a stepmom, and as a victim, I cannot support it. There's no evidence to support that this will actually make a difference. We know once we bury our children or bury a loved one, it's too late. We need to focus on deterring it before it actually happens. And also, Mr. Speaker, I also wanted to quote Mr. Andrew Murray, who's the CEO of MAD Canada, who in earlier testimony in regards to a previous Conservative bill that proposed to bring in 6-year mandatory sentences, he said this: penalties that only happen after somebody is dead don't stop drunk drivers from getting behind the wheel. It will have zero effect. He went on to emphasize that his organization would rather see an emphasis on deterrence. And Mr. Speaker, that's precisely what Bill C-46 has focused on. Now, I would also remind the member that the mandatory minimums that he quotes as being applying only to impaired causing death were actually robustly discussed by the Justice Committee applying to all impaired offences. But, Mr. Speaker, we know that where the evidence supports an appropriately severe sentence for someone who has taken a life, The courts have all the authority that they will require in this legislation to make sure justice is done.
Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in response to the question from the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice, it is, MAD certainly is their position, but there have been numerous witnesses who lost their sons and daughters who implored the committee to move forward with mandatory sentences. It's why more than 114,000 Canadians signed a petition that was organized by mothers who lost their loved ones to impaired drivers, and that petition of more than 114,000 Canadians came together in just a matter of weeks, Mr. Speaker, because Canadians see the injustice, victims see the injustice, and with respect to mandatory minimums or mandatory sentences, in addition to deterrence, which I would beg to suggest that they would have an impact on deterrence, but beyond deterrence, mandatory sentences are consistent with other sentencing principles under the Criminal Code, including denunciation and promoting responsible behavior.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtney Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend and colleague from St. Albert, Edmonton, for his articulate speech and for his passion. This is very important legislation, and it needs to be held under the greatest scrutiny, and I appreciate his energy and efforts. His party has stated that there is no good test out there for marijuana-impaired driving. The Mothers Against Drunk Driving Canada has endorsed the idea of per se limits. Does the member agree that per se limits should be based on a scientific approach?
Honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend, the member for Courtney Alberni, for that good question. Absolutely, that any per se limit should be based upon science. And one of the real issues is that there is not a clear correlation between drug impairment and THC limits. So, for example, long-term habitual users of THC will tend to have higher levels of THC because THC will remain in their bodies, whereas someone who may have just consumed marijuana but is not a habitual user and then gets behind the wheel may actually record relatively low levels of THC. And so one of the difficulties is the fact that someone who is impaired might not be caught by the per se limit, whereas someone who really isn't impaired might be caught, and that's a problem.
Just time for one more short question and response. The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honour to rise today. And I want to speak from the perspective of a family that lost somebody that got behind the wheel, or because somebody chose to get behind the wheel and drive while impaired. My brother, 27 years ago, my brother Fabian was killed by a drunk driver, so I can speak with some authority in knowing the pain that the families go through, and that you never ever recover. It's always a loss in your life. And I know that the person that got behind the wheel has to live with it every day, Mr. Speaker, that he actually killed my brother. But I want to speak to a part about this bill that the Liberals are rushing this through. They haven't thought it through. We know that the municipalities and the provinces are going to be on the hook for paying for this, and the costs are going to be downloaded. And through you, Mr. Speaker, to our honourable colleague, this is such a major concern that we're seeing this time and again that they're not really thinking these things through, and really they're going to download the responsibility to the provinces and municipality to enforce these laws. And I'd like to hear his comments on that.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, thank you to my friend from Prince George, Caribou, and I know the tragic circumstances surrounding his brother being killed by an impaired driver, and I know that member is just a real passionate advocate around this issue. But the member is right on the question of implementation and enforcement, and the fact that costs are being downloaded onto the provinces and municipalities. It speaks again to the fact that this government doesn't have a plan. And it's why not only is the law enforcement community asking for the government to delay legalization of marijuana, it has also been many provinces and municipalities who are calling the government to slow down, to consult, and develop a plan before ramming this through by July 1st.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak today in favour of Bill C-46, an act to amend the Criminal Code offenses relating to conveyances and to make consequential changes to other acts. We have heard moving testimony about this issue, both here in this House and before the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Impaired driving impacts us all, and we need to do our part to reduce such preventable deaths and injuries on our roads. As we have heard already, Bill C-46 proposes many major changes to strengthen the drug-impaired driving laws, as well as a thorough updating of the alcohol-impaired driving provisions. The overarching goal of these changes is to reduce the incidence of impaired driving and to save lives. One of the main proposals in the bill to achieve this goal is mandatory alcohol screening, a tool used worldwide to deter and detect alcohol-impaired driving. This would authorize an officer to demand a roadside breath sample on an approved screening device without the current requirement of suspicion that the driver has alcohol in their system. Research suggests that up to 50% of drivers with a blood alcohol concentration above the legal limit are not detected through current practices, such as check stops and random traffic stops. Mr. Speaker, this is an unacceptable number of drivers who are impaired and who are able to drive away after having interacted with the police. We heard testimony of this sort at the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, including Dr. Jeff Brubaker, a medical doctor and researcher with the University of British Columbia, and Dr. Douglas Byrnes, a subject matter expert on impaired driving with the Canadian Centre on Substance Use and Addiction. Dr. Brubaker said that his study indicated that police officers do not always recognize impairment in drivers in the amount of time that they have to interact with the driver, and Dr. Byrnes confirmed that police officers vary considerably in their ability to detect alcohol and assign the symptoms of alcohol use. He clarified that this is not because police officers are unable to do their job effectively, but rather that detecting impairment is simply very difficult. It varies from person to person, and some individuals are able to effectively mask their physical symptoms. Both Dr. Brubaker and Dr. Byrnes expressed the support of mandatory alcohol screening and asserted their confidence that this measure could help to reduce the number of impaired drivers on our roads. Mandatory alcohol screening will be a strong deterrent factor for those who drive after drinking. With mandatory alcohol screening, such risky behavior will be less likely, as every driver would know that they could be tested at any time and could not expect by masking or hiding their symptoms to avoid detection. This has proven to be the case in other jurisdictions where mandatory alcohol screening has been implemented. According to MAD Canada, more than 40 countries worldwide authorize mandatory alcohol screening, including several Australian states, New Zealand, Austria, Belgium, Denmark, Finland, France, Germany, Ireland, the Netherlands, and Sweden. In fact, mandatory alcohol screening was credited with reducing the number of people being killed on Irish roads by almost a quarter, 23%, in the 11-month period following its introduction, compared to the previous 11-month period. Many concerns were raised relating to the constitutionality of mandatory alcohol screening, both in the House and at committee. I would like to spend the remainder of my time addressing these concerns. Many of the concerns related to the potential for mandatory alcohol screening to violate Section 8 and 9 of the Charter. Mr. Speaker, mandatory alcohol screening would only apply to a person who is lawfully stopped pursuant to other laws, such as provincial highway traffic acts. The police currently have the power, both in statute and common law, to stop any driver at any time to determine whether they are complying with the rules of the road, including to check for sobriety. This power has been upheld by the Supreme Court of Canada on several occasions. Furthermore, the information revealed from a breath sample is, like the production of a driver's license, simply information about whether a driver is complying with one of the conditions imposed in the highly regulated context of driving, including sobriety. I would also note that a breath sample does not reveal any personal or sensitive information, and the taking of the sample is quick and not physically invasive. Furthermore, simply blowing a fail on an approved instrument does not in itself constitute an offense. This is just a step that could lead to further testing to determine whether a driver is impaired. Mr. Speaker, we are all aware that the Minister of Justice tabled a charter statement on May 11, 2017, in which she affirmed her confidence that mandatory alcohol screening is compliant with the charter. Many shared the Minister's confidence that mandatory alcohol screening would be charter compliant when the bill was studied at committee, including leading constitutional law expert Dr. Peter Hogg. He expressed an opinion that mandatory alcohol screening would withstand any charter challenges as it aims to prevent dangerous activities and promote public safety. As such, it was his view that it would be found justifiable under Section 1 of the Charter, and I agree with this position. The Privacy Commissioner of Canada, Mr. Daniel Thérien, also testified that after reviewing the Charter statement, any concerns he had regarding the proportionality and the necessity of the legislation were satisfied. Members of the defense bar, as well as civil liberties groups, expressed concern that mandatory alcohol screening will result in an increase in police targeting of visible minorities. Mr. Speaker, racial profiling is unacceptable. All law enforcement must exercise their powers in compliance with the Charter, including the right to be free of discrimination of any kind. However, as I previously stated, the police already have the power to stop any driver at random in order to determine their sobriety. Nothing in the mandatory alcohol screening provisions would promote or condone the targeting of racialized individuals. It is restricted to cases where a peace officer is acting in the course of the lawful exercise of powers. There's also nothing in these provisions that alters the current responsibility of police and other law enforcement officials to ensure that the powers of the police are exercised in a fair and equal manner, in accordance with the Charter. At the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, we amended the preamble of the bill to reflect that police powers must be exercised in a manner that is consistent with the Charter. While it is implicit that all police must always do this, this will be a further signal that racial profiling will not be tolerated. At committee, we heard testimony from Dr. Barry Watson and Assistant Commissioner of Road Policing Command, Doug Fryer, both from Australia, where mandatory alcohol screening has been in place since the 1980s. Both witnesses testified that mandatory alcohol screening is actually a way to overcome any concerns of racial profiling. This is because police officers in Australia have much less discretion to choose who will be tested when the screening is mandatory. Mr. Speaker, mandatory alcohol screening has had a strong track record in saving lives in other jurisdictions. Canada continues to have the highest percentage of alcohol-related deaths among 20 high-income countries. It is incumbent on us to do better, and mandatory alcohol screening saves lives. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to support Bill C-46 and its proposal to save lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, for his speech. He was talking a lot about alcohol testing and the importance there. But we've also heard today from the government side that they're going to be ready with roadside tests for THC that will be meaningful in terms of impairment. And yet in committee, in the Justice Committee, we heard that there was no way to relate roadside tests for THC with impairment in any way at all. And I'm just wondering whether he could comment on that and what method the government will be recommending in regulation for roadside tests for impairment under THC. Not THC levels, but impairment. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The contemplated roadside testing for THC are not to test for impairment, but to test for THC levels. It is a legislative requirement under this act that one of the requirements for exercising the right to operate a motor vehicle is to have a blood alcohol level below a certain level of THC. That is a legislative requirement. That's what per se limits are all about. It is not a statement of impairment, although the science does say, the scientists we talked to on the committee said, there is no safe level of THC in the blood. But we need to establish a level that we can measure in a reasonable way to set a bar under which we can operate in a legal manner.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, for his comments. I appreciate that, and I agree, Mr. Speaker. He talked a lot about drunk drivers, not a lot about marijuana and the effects of that on drivers. What my honourable colleague doesn't know is I was the victim of a hit and run by a drugged and drunk driver when I was 16 years of age. I was left for dead on the side of the road by that driver. They caught the man afterwards, and he got let go on bail and skipped the country with no punishment. Now, I'd like to know, when this member talks about this legislation and putting it in place, why he wants to put in legislation before the rules are there. We're going to allow stoned drivers to be on the road driving, putting people's lives at risk. What do you say to that parent who has to deal with a phone call late at night to hear that their 16-year-old child is lying dead on the road or dying on the side of the road? How do you respond to those people?
Honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
This legislation does not legalize driving under the influence of any drug. It's already illegal to do so, to drive in any impaired form, in any impaired state. What this law does do is provide additional tools for police officers in order to detect such driving circumstances. I think we would all be naive to believe that just because or not because of this legislation that people are or are not driving under the influence of marijuana or other drugs. It's happening now. This bill provides excellent tools for police to engage that problem and to do so in a meaningful way.
Time for one more short question and response. The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to recognize my honourable friend from Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, for the work he did on the Good Samaritan law, which is also saving lives. I wanted to ask him, though, have we done a disservice over the years by focusing on impairment levels, even with respect to alcohol? And is it something we're avoiding with the per se approach that we're taking with marijuana? Because in alcohol, you get the you get the argument that, well, I'm a big guy, I can drink more and not be impaired, and it's that rather subjective argument that goes back and forth about impairment, when really what we're trying to do is limit the amount of the presence of something in a person's system.
The honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the objective here, the goal is not necessarily to limit the amount of a substance in a person's system, but to eliminate people from driving while they are impaired by any substance. It is absolutely difficult for people for us to ascribe particular levels of impairment to individuals on the basis of a particular THC level or alcohol level, although alcohol is much easier. But we can't just throw up our hands and say it's tough, so we're not going to do it. We have to establish a legal minimum, some legal standards on which we can operate. We may refine them later on and lower them, but for now, it is certainly unacceptable for people to be driving with more than the prescribed levels of THC in their bloodstream.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we are debating something that's very important today that really impacts the lives of Canadians. And of course, that's impairment and driving. I think what's really concerning me, first of all, is that this is being partnered with Bill C-45. So it's let's legalize marijuana, and then let's talk about impaired driving. Clearly, the government knows that when legalization of marijuana occurs, we're going to have an increase of impaired drivers on the road. So although I do believe it's an important discussion and we need to have better laws around impaired driving, it's very upsetting and concerning that it's being rushed and it's being done in partnership with another bill that is actually going to increase impairment. People in this House come from all sorts of different backgrounds, legal backgrounds. We've heard some sort of perhaps dry facts, but I think almost everyone in this House has also been touched in their lives by impaired driving. So I just want to put some personal perspective on this before I get into some details of the legislation and perhaps some areas that I think could be improved and some areas of concern. I worked in a rural emergency and clearly remember being on call one night and getting called into the health center. There was a single father who had his young 4-year-old daughter. He was on the motorcycle. They were on their motorcycle. They had pulled over to the side of the road because he wanted to make some adjustments. And an impaired driver, and in this particular case, it was drugs, struck the motorcycle. So absolutely careened off the road, struck the motorcycle, killing the dad and leaving the daughter standing on the side of the road. At which point, this impaired driver took off and then many miles later went into a ditch. So I was called in to deal with a deceased man, a young dad, and a 4-year-old girl who had lost her father, who had been left at the side of the road for a long time with the body of her father before someone went by, called the ambulance. And, certainly this is what we're talking about. This is young girls losing their fathers. It is mothers and sons. It is family members. It's friends. And everyone is affected. Everyone is impacted. So we have to be very, very serious and very careful with this legislation, which brings me to perhaps my first disappointment. And my first disappointment was I know the amendment that my colleague suggested, and I think was a mandatory minimum when impaired driving causes death. Now, they weren't saying life imprisonment. They weren't saying, 30 years. They suggested an appropriate mandatory minimum would be 5 years. Mr. Speaker, if you lose a relative, if someone chooses to take a substance, drive impaired, and it results in death, I think a 5-year mandatory minimum is perfectly appropriate. And I think in our system, we also have to remember that's not meaning they're going to spend 5 years in jail. It means that perhaps in 2-3 years, they'll resume their life. So huge, huge disappointment. I think it's so wrong, and I think it fails the sensibilities of many Canadians to say, how could you say that a 5-year mandatory minimum for impaired driving that causes death is inappropriate? So I think that perhaps is something that really is a failure. As been noted, Canada is, impaired driving causing death is one of the leading causes, criminal causes of death in Canada. These are not statistics that we should be proud of. And as we look at other countries, comparable countries, Canada's statistics are not very good. So, so again, I have to say we already have statistics that are very concerning, and now we have 2 partner pieces of legislation where those statistics inevitably are going to be, we're going to be increasing what our concerns are. So that's, again, a piece about the partner legislation. If you want to get into the 3 specific issues that I think talk to the rush state, in 2018, by Canada Day, the Liberal government wants Canadians to be able to celebrate Canada Day 2018 by getting high on marijuana. Perhaps they believe it'll help the fireworks look a little brighter. I don't know. But they have a rush, and they put Canada Day as their target, which to me is an issue that's a little bit appalling. But in their rush to deal with their Bill C-45, legalization of marijuana, they're rushing 46 without the proper due diligence in 3 areas. That's the testing ability, the level, the training resources, and the education. So testing levels, we've talked a lot about the presence of something like TCH in someone does not actually measure impairment. And I've heard the argument that, you want to measure, we're just measuring levels, impairment doesn't matter. Well, I would argue that with alcohol, we tend to know that 0.08 creates an impairment that does, it's a level, but it's also consistent with impairment in most individuals. Whereas the TCH, there is a much bigger disconnect. And the Association of Police Chiefs agree with that particular area. And the Canadian Society of Forensic Science, who has been tasked by the federal government, have suggested this is a controversial exercise to set a limit, and there is not current substantive and consistent scientific evidence of which to base that limit. So these are the experts that are suggesting some concerns around the ability of roadside device, which again is a bit of an issue, to test limits and to test impairment. The next area of concern, which is our police officers who are going to be asked to move forward in terms of this particular piece of legislation. I think there's about 65,000 police officers in Canada. They all will be requiring training, and we simply, from everything I understand and from what I hear, the witnesses that testified at committee indicated very clearly that they will not be able to have all our officers trained, nor do they have the resources to do so by this arbitrary Canada Day 2018 limit that has been set by the government. And perhaps the other area of particular concern is everyone says there is the importance of an education campaign, and they talk about $2 million. Where is that campaign? If they're going for 2018, that's not a lot of months. It takes a long time. Anyone that's in the public health field knows that to penetrate, to actually affect change, you need a public health approach that has had time to actually penetrate the consciousness of Canadians. So $2 million, I'm not seeing anything, and perhaps I can be challenged on that. I would love to be challenged on that. But if I'm not seeing anything, and I tend to look out at what's happening in the area, you can bet that the 20-year-olds, the 17-year-olds, the new drivers, the 22-year-olds, there is nothing that has penetrated their consciousness in terms of the new regulations, the limits. So the government is severely, severely lacking in terms of any education, public health campaign. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, like any piece of legislation, I think tackling impairment in a more robust way is an important thing to do. But what is the rush? Why not make sure that, let's get 45 right, let's make sure we get the proper training done, let's make sure things are in order. And you know what, if they have to wait another bit of time in terms of getting their C-45 through, so be it. But what we'll be doing is protecting the health and safety of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Kamloops Thompson-Caribou for her remarks. I wanted to, first of all, respond to something she said she very much wanted to hear. The government has committed a substantial amount of money for public education, particularly around impaired driving and impaired by drugs, and she will begin to see evidence of that being made public in November, in a very short period of time in the coming weeks. Mr. Speaker, back in the 39th Parliament, in 2007, the government of the day introduced legislation which introduced the concept of the drug recognition expert and standardized field sobriety testing. That law was made into enactment about some 6 months later and became in effect almost immediately on the 2nd of July of that year. The government of the day allocated $2 million for the training of all law enforcement for drug recognition experts. Our government has been working with the law enforcement community for over 2 years on this. We've given them more than 14 months to prepare, and we have allocated not $2 million, but $161 million for the training of police officers, for the training of additional drug recognition experts, for the training of those thousands of officers that require training in standardized field sobriety testing, in the new technologies that are being made available. Not only are we providing training for those technologies, but we're making sure that we're going to pay for those technologies, Mr. Speaker, and we've made the resources that they asked for. And so I would like to ask the member from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou, if she's reassured by the knowledge that this time we've listened to what law enforcement has asked of us. We listened when they said they needed the resources and they needed the training, and we've responded according to their requests.
Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just going on what I understand was testimony at committee, and testimony at committee was saying that the police forces across this country will not be ready in time for July 2018. My other point, he talked about a public health program that's going to start in November. I look forward to seeing that particular program start. But as I understand, the budget that has been put in place for this public health program is very meager, and to be effective, it actually should have started many, many years ago or many months ago. So again, I think I'm just going on testimony at committee and knowledge in terms of effectiveness of a prevention public health program.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, we've been hearing from the across that, having a fixed penalty for impaired driving causes death is not a deterrent. Now, I'm going to put this in simple terms, so maybe the honourable friends across could understand. And I hate to take this analogy because impaired driving causing death is very serious. But just imagine, and I'm putting the question to through you to my friend from Kamloops, Mr. Speaker, if a speeding ticket was worth $10 today, do you think people would stop speeding? But if it was worth $250, $300, $400, where it is in some areas, I think they would think about it. And if you take that analogy and look back at impaired driving, if they know there's a consequence, will it be a deterrent?
Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, not only if they know there is a consequence, there'll be deterrence, but I think importantly is some of our most habitual chronic drug and alcohol abusers that drive impaired, they have their fines, they have their penalties, and they get out and they drive again. And so if you have them off the road, mandatory minimum, it might be 2 years, it might be 5 years where they're not out there using their vehicle to kill and injure other people.
It being 1:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-342, an act to amend the Excise Tax Act, carbon levy, standing in the name of Mr. Warwa.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Regina Leuven.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill before us identifies a real issue, but proposes the wrong policy response. My colleague from Langley-Aldergrove is correct to point out that the GST will apply on top of carbon pricing, and he's correct to be concerned that that cost will have a disproportionate impact on lower-income Canadians. However, Mr. Speaker, the proposal to remove GST from carbon pricing is impractical. A far better solution would be to use those additional GST revenues to finance a rebate targeted to lower-income Canadians to offset the impact of carbon pricing. Now, Mr. Speaker, why do I suggest that it's impractical to remove the GST from carbon pricing? Well, first of all, I would point out that the GST already applies on top of provincial fuel taxes. So, for example, my home province of Saskatchewan has a provincial fuel tax of 15 cents a litre on gasoline. My neighbour province of Alberta charges a very similar tax on gasoline, but it's divided up between a 13-cent provincial fuels tax and a 4% provincial carbon tax. So essentially, what this bill proposes is that the GST would continue to apply to the fuel tax, but that for some reason it would not apply to the carbon tax. Now, Mr. Speaker, I don't think we've heard an explanation from the member for Langley Aldergrove as to why we should apply the GST to a tax that's labeled fuel tax, but then we should not apply it to a functionally identical tax that's called a carbon tax. Indeed, under this bill, if it were adopted and passed into law, provincial governments could all exempt their fuel taxes from GST simply by renaming them carbon taxes. Now, I think that's clearly not the intention of the member for Langley Aldergrove, but I do think it's a consequence of this proposed bill. Now, Mr. Speaker, even if there was a solution to that issue of existing excise taxes versus carbon taxes, there's absolutely no way to remove the GST that would apply to price increases arising from a cap-and-trade system. Because, of course, Mr. Speaker, carbon pricing is being rolled out in different ways across the country. Some provinces have enacted carbon taxes, which this bill addresses. Other provinces have decided to put a price on emissions through cap and trade, which this bill does not address. So, again, Mr. Speaker, it's unclear why we would seek to remove GST from a price increase that results from a carbon tax while continuing to apply GST to price increases that arise from cap and trade. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's clear that it's not really feasible or desirable to try to remove GST just from this one type of carbon pricing. A far better solution would be to recognize that the government will inevitably collect additional GST when consumer prices are increased by climate change policies, and then to use that money to provide a rebate to lower-income Canadians to offset the cost of carbon pricing. This is a practical solution that's already in effect, Mr. Speaker, in other jurisdictions. For example, the progressive government of Rachel Notley in Alberta has enacted a very generous rebate program along with the carbon tax. In fact, the rebate in Alberta is so generous that many lower and middle income Albertans actually have more money in their pockets now than they did before the carbon tax was enacted. So if the goal of the Conservatives is to help lower income Canadians and shield them from the burden of carbon pricing, the way to do that is to transfer money to them directly, and the Alberta government has already shown us how to do it. Mr. Speaker, I would also note in this vein that our new federal leader, Jagmeet Singh, ran on a platform that would, quote, ensure that carbon pricing is twinned with rebates to make it more affordable and fair for low and middle income Canadians, end quote. So, Mr. Speaker, the solution is already there, and it's a better solution than the one proposed in this bill. Now, Mr. Speaker, I would like to just put a few numbers on the type of rebate that we're talking about, because actually the GST the federal government will collect could fund quite a significant amount of assistance to lower income Canadians. So by the year 2022, the federal government will be requiring a carbon price of at least $50 a tonne. Canada's current emissions are about 700 megatons. So we're talking about $35 billion of carbon pricing. Apply the 5% GST to that carbon pricing, and we're talking about additional revenues of $1.75 billion. So that's a significant amount of additional GST revenue that will inevitably be collected on top of carbon pricing, frankly, with or without this bill. If we use that money to boost the existing GST credit, we could increase it by 1/3. So, Mr. Speaker, the federal government needs to take advantage of the fact that it has this additional GST coming in from carbon pricing and increase the GST credit, which is already based on income and already very well targeted to lower income Canadians. So, Mr. Speaker, once again, to sum up, we have a bill before us today that identifies a real issue, the application of GST on top of carbon pricing, as well as the disproportionate effect that could have on lower income Canadians. However, the bill proposes an impractical solution. It talks about trying to take the GST off carbon taxes when the GST already applies to excise tax on gasoline, which is in effect the same type of tax. We shouldn't be basing GST policy on the name of the tax. We should base it on real economic factors. Furthermore, the bill doesn't even pretend to be able to address the GST that's collected on top of a cap-and-trade system. So a far better solution is to accept the reality that if consumer prices increase as a result of putting a price on emissions, the federal government will collect more GST as a result, and that will put the Government of Canada in a position to fund a rebate to lower income Canadians to ensure that they are not adversely affected by carbon pricing. So, Mr. Speaker, I would speak in opposition to the bill before us, but very much in favor of using the GST revenues from carbon pricing to fund a progressive rebate that helps to ensure that we can use carbon pricing to reduce emissions while at the same time boosting the fortunes of lower income Canadians. Thank you very much.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to participate in the debate today, second reading of Bill C-342, tabled by my colleague for Langley-Aldergrove. I have had the privilege of representing my riding in this House since January 23rd, 2006, and together we've had the opportunity to work together for Canadians and in favor of tax fairness, something which apparently has been forgotten by this Liberal government. Straight off, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say to the citizens of Lévis-Lotbinière that the Conservatives will continue to fight tirelessly against this Liberal government's tax hikes, its hypocrisy, and its inability to keep its word to hardworking Canadians. Bill C-342 would amend Section 154 of the Excise Tax Act in order to exclude carbon tax from the total purchase price for the purpose of calculating the goods and service tax. Conservatives are representing taxpayers, and we are proud to defend Canadians against this additional tax on another carbon tax. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, I don't think anyone would be surprised that our party has always been the party that has fought high taxes for Canadian taxpayers. We are against deficits and the unprecedented spending of this Liberal government. Those who voted for a party other than the Conservatives, many of them are now considering the Conservative Party. Like the previous Conservative government, a party that respected taxpayers, their wallets, their ability to pay for things, and a party that did what they said they would do, we are helping Canadians make ends meet. And we're doing all this without harming anyone and without leaving future generations drowning in debt. The Prime Minister seems to think that the world will end in 25 years and that future Canadians will not have to pay for this astronomical deficit. Unlike the Liberals, the Conservative government knew how to carefully manage the hard-earned money of Canadian taxpayers. Our record as the previous Conservative government is unequivocal. We know how to manage a budget and eliminate deficits. What the Liberal government is proposing is really what you would expect from the old Liberals. Just a shell game where Canadians always lose out. Who really believes the Prime Minister when he says that his new carbon pricing system would not have any impact on federal revenue? Trying to make Canadians believe that is completely shameful. Getting rid of the expense of workers, spending more than our capacity, well, this is what the Prime Minister thinks about. Mr. Speaker, who does this Prime Minister take us for? We don't all just blindly swallow whatever he says, and that's a good thing. Mr. Speaker, by adding GST to the mandatory carbon price, you can easily see that the Liberal government will be getting even more money, probably worth billions of dollars. But unfortunately, that money will not be able to be hidden in a tax haven like the finance minister's money. This is just a different scandal, of course, but it's only one in the long list of Liberal scandals that leave Canadians blindsided. This tax is inconceivable and unfair to Canadians. What's worse, once again, it goes against this Prime Minister's own promises. Instead of taxing and then taxing taxes, which this current government seems to want to do, the Conservatives believe that we should reduce taxes for Canadians, whether we're talking about corporate taxes, income tax, or taxes for families. This is part of the Conservative vision for Canada, a vision of prosperity for all Canadians. This bill's goals are noble. Essentially, we want two things. We want to urgently help the Prime Minister keep his promises, and we want to prevent the Liberal government from adding GST to provincial carbon taxes. Let's remember what the Prime Minister said on October 3rd, 2016. The provinces and territories will be able to choose the way that they implement this fee. They will be able to apply it directly on pollution created by carbon, or they will be able to set up a carbon trading platform. Regardless of the approach chosen, this will be a revenue-neutral policy for the federal government. All of the revenue for the system will stay within the province or territory that produced them. That is the end of the Prime Minister's lie. Budget 2016 provided for an increase of 21% of GST revenues between 2015-16 and 2020-21, despite the fact that the GST is staying at 5%. The Liberal government currently gets GST revenue worth $65 million in Alberta, $65 million for BC. And in 2018-2019, we'll be looking at $140 million from Alberta and $110 million in BC. I've only mentioned examples from 2 provinces, so imagine what the numbers would be for the rest of Canada. We're talking about millions of additional dollars that are being taken away from Canadians unfairly through what is essentially double taxation. Halfway through their mandate, the Liberal record is fairly pathetic. A report from the Fraser Institute said that 81% of middle-class families are paying more taxes under the Liberals. There are families paying an average of $840 more per year. That's not insignificant, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals' tax hikes are hurting families and business owners. You could think of the elimination of the universal child care benefit, the increases to pension contributions, the creation of a federal carbon tax, the elimination of the tax credit for sports, the tax credit for artistic activities for children, tax credits for school books, and so on. And our pressure has meant that small businesses will pay less taxes than under the Liberals. The Liberals also reduced savings account contributions by half, and then they attempted to impose new fees on employees' dental and health plans. Mr. Speaker, now that the Prime Minister is hypocritically asking taxpayers to pay more for his to pay his deficit, his own family fortune is not being affected. This is shameful. These incredible tax hikes have essentially allowed the Prime Minister to pay for fancy holidays on tropical islands and to allow the Liberals' budget to be printed on fancy paper. Canada doesn't have the luxury of, or simply can't afford another Liberal government. This Prime Minister does not deserve to be re-elected because he's already broken so many promises and lost the trust of so many Canadians. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, all of my colleagues will have the opportunity to smoke marijuana next year. Well, I can tell you that won't change our ideas here in the House. The Conservatives are strong, lucid, and determined. Every day, we will do what this Prime Minister and the Liberal government don't know how to do. In other words, work hard in the interest of all Canadians to build a strong, stable, and prosperous country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
See the honourable member for St. Catharines rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House at 4:00 p.m. on Tuesday, October 24th, 2017, the Speaker shall interrupt the proceedings to permit the Minister of Finance to make a statement. After the statement, a member from each recognized party, a member of the Bloc Québécois, and the member for Saanich Gulf Island may reply for not more than 10 minutes. After each member has replied, or when no member rises to speak, whichever comes first, the House shall proceed to the consideration of private members' business.
Does the honourable member for St. Catharines have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Yes. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to be able to speak in the House today about the bill tabled by the member for Langley-Aldergrove. Bill C-342 proposes amending the Excise Tax Act to provide that any tax paid to a province in respect of carbon is excluded from the total purchase price for the purchose of calculating the goods and services tax. I have no doubt that the honourable member has very good intentions, but the bill would not have any effect on the tax burden of Canadians, and it would also unnecessarily complicate our tax system. Mr. Speaker, experience shows that private members' bills that deal with taxes can have a negative impact on the budget process and the government's ability to deal with issues of public policy. Ideally, changes made to the Tax Act should be done through the general budget process to ensure that they are consistent with the budget framework and so on. So allow me to explain the steps and measures that the government has taken to this effect. I'd like to talk about the effects that Bill C-342 would have. One of the central aspects of the government's clean growth and sustainable economic growth policy is to look at carbon pricing all across Canada in respect to federal laws. This commitment is based on a very basic principle, according to which everyone should pay for what they use. In terms of implementation, the provinces would be able to choose between two options. A, an explicit system based on price, so a tax on carbon like the one that exists in BC, or a hybrid approach that has to do with carbon tax and another tariff based on production, like in Alberta. Option B, a carbon cap and trade system, like in Ontario. This system would make things more complex. Separating this tax would make things more complicated and would lower the transparency concerning the total price. This bill would weaken our ability to responsibly promote and protect the environment and to fight climate change. The Government of Canada wants the tax system to be as fair and effective as possible. If we want strong economic growth with widely distributed benefits, we need to have a tax system that is fair for everyone, particularly the middle class. GST has always been a consumer tax. Applying this tax to a wide range of goods and services makes it fair, and it also has the advantage of being simple and effective to manage. This is an advantage for businesses and individuals in Canada. This is how GST works. It's calculated based on the final sale price of goods and services used by Canadians every day. The final amount generally includes other amounts, such as various duties, tobacco, taxes, and so on. The main advantage of this approach is that it's simple and predictable. This is good for consumers and for businesses as well, because it's easy to calculate and apply. Mr. Speaker, the last reason that this bill doesn't meet its objective is a financial one. If you closely look at the savings that this bill would generate, you can see that separating the GST would actually have a negligible effect in most cases, and that it wouldn't have much impact on consumers. For example, eliminating GST from the carbon tax, if you look at the price of oil in BC, would reduce the price by only about 0.03% if it's sold at $1 a liter. In the case of natural gas, the savings generated would only be about 85 cents per month. So if you compare that, Mr. Speaker, to the significant tax cuts that we put in since December 2015, you can see that millions of Canadians are benefiting from the middle-class tax cut. With the Canada Child Benefit, around 300,000 fewer children are living in poverty compared to 2013. This represents a reduction of around 40% of childhood poverty in Canada. We've also taken non-tax measures to help Canadians keep more money in their pockets and to plan for their futures. Our government took action to help people retire in dignity by strengthening the CPP. Thanks to a historic agreement between the federal government and the provinces, the maximum contribution will be increased by about 50% over time. This is a concrete and significant measure that will have a decisive impact on the lives of Canadians. We also made unprecedented investments in the last two budgets that will help communities and reduce communities' dependence on polluting forms of energy, which have a negative impact on the environment and which harm our health. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we're continuing to work to develop a unique and consistent plan to improve the lives of all middle-class Canadians. This plan will lead to better results than changes like the ones in this bill. The bill that we are discussing today proposes a tax change that is neither fair nor effective, and it doesn't meet the objectives and priorities that we set to protect the environment. For these reasons, Mr. Speaker, our government is against this bill. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in support of a bill from the member Langley Aldergrove. Bill C-342 would amend the Excise Act so that the government cannot collect GST or HST on provincial carbon pricing systems. Last year, the Prime Minister imposed a national floor price on carbon that will require all provinces and territories to have some form of carbon pricing by the year 2018. British Columbia, Alberta, Ontario, and Quebec have already introduced carbon pricing systems, Mr. Speaker. Most other provinces are working to do the same before the 2018 deadline. The Liberals have claimed that putting a price on carbon pollution is the most efficient way to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And before I go on, I want to remind everyone of a recent report tabled by the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development. It is titled Progress on Reducing Greenhouse Gases. And it concludes that the Minister's Department did not make progress towards meeting Canada's commitment to reduce greenhouse gases. Ooh, surprise. This brings into the question the effectiveness of a carbon pricing scheme. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, that the Liberals did not introduce carbon pricing to reduce the emissions. They introduced it because they need to fund their excessive spending habits. Now, I believe Canadians are willing to pay their fair share of taxes, but this government is demanding so much money from hard-working Canadians that soon there won't be any more money left for them to take. Despite promising that carbon pricing would be revenue neutral, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' 2016 budget projected a 21% increase in GST revenues from 2016 to 2021. Why? The GST rates didn't change in those calculations, but you know what did? A massive growth in taxable consumption on the carbon pricing. The carbon tax is just that, simply another tax. The carbon pricing scheme isn't revenue neutral because it increases costs down the line and are increasing the cost of GST and HST on the consumers and businesses. That is exactly why I believe this bill is necessary, and I thank the member for bringing it forward. If the government wants to keep its promise to make carbon pricing revenue neutral, they need to support this bill. Otherwise, they will be taking billions from hard-working Canadians because of this tax on a tax. Aren't Canadians being taxed enough? This is just another Liberal grab designed to make Canadians pay for the Prime Minister's out-of-control spending habits and the legacy of his deficits that our grandchildren and children will have to pay. Consumers and businesses are finding it more and more difficult to survive under the Liberals. They say that it will force businesses to be more environmentally friendly because it will raise their operating costs. But guess what? That cost is just passed down to the consumer. If you want to take your family on a Christmas vacation, it's going to be more expensive because airlines have passed cost down to the consumers. It hasn't changed how many gallons of fuel it takes to get from one city to the next. If it does, it's probably because they have invested in more fuel-efficient technology. But that is something that is already in their interest because it saves them money. They don't need an imposed carbon tax to tell them to be more efficient. They are already trying that. A carbon tax targets emissions that are generally from burning fuels like coal, petroleum, and natural gas in the hopes of discouraging their uses. While these fuels are produced emissions, they also need to drive our cars, heat our homes, and produce our electricity. The problem with this is it doesn't matter how much these fuels cost us, we still need to consume them every day. And winter is coming on, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't matter how much a fill-up at the gas tank is, many of us still have to drive. I'm 8.5 hours from one end of my riding to the other. I'm definitely not going to walk. And it doesn't matter how much our electricity bills go up, we still have to heat our homes. I have to plug my vehicle in the wintertime. I won't get back to the house. My riding of Yellowhead is full of oil and gas fields. It's not like in those questionable documentaries where you see a massive hole is dug in the earth, Mr. Speaker, with no sign of life for miles. The oil and gas leases are scattered throughout the forests and on the farmland, and are most often just a small teardrop of gravel with a small building or shack on top of the well. Each company has an operator that has to check on each of these leases every day to be sure they are functioning properly. Additionally, they have to bring in water trucks, and other serviceable vehicles to maintain these leases. This is all necessary to ensure compliance with environmental regulations and the safe functioning of wells. Even though carbon tax makes it more expensive to operate and drive to each one of these leases every day, Mr. Speaker, the companies can't decrease their safety oversight and well maintenance. They have to pass the cost onto the consumer at the pump, you and me. As well, a carbon tax is a huge hit to Canadian farm sector, which relies on these fuels to plant the crops that grow the food that we eat. CIBC Bank noted that some experts say the total additional cost to a farm would be $6 an acre. If you planted 1,000 acres of oats, that's $6,000 more in fuel cost to that farmer. When the cost of the farmer goes up, so does the cost of the food to the consumers. Again, we're just paying again. I also want to draw your attention to another issue. I've said that the cost from carbon pricing is passed down to the consumer, making the cost of living more expensive. But some businesses are forced to absorb the blow at the bottom line, jeopardizing the future of these businesses and jobs that they provide, all while doing nothing to impact on their emissions. For example, in the auto body industry, companies do not set their own prices. If a person gets his car into an accident and needs to get it fixed, their insurance company decides how much it should cost and dictates that to the auto body shop. They tell the auto body shop how much to charge, even though the insurance company doesn't know the overhead costs of that body shop. This is unfortunately the way insurance systems is set up. And speaking with one of the owners near my riding, I learned that the suppliers have passed the cost of carbon pricing onto his company. But the insurance companies dictate how much he can charge, and there's been no increase provided to offset the cost of carbon tax. It's out of his pocket, the bottom line. Considering that about 90% of his work comes from insurance, his operating costs have decreased by 12%, and that comes completely off his bottom line. What does that mean? It means choke growth, maybe staff cuts. When the Alberta carbon pricing took effect in January, it just so happens that there was an increase in gas prices at the same time. The gas bill for this same person's shop went from $500 a month to almost $1,600 a month. He went to his MLA to find out why and found out that GST collected on top of the provincial carbon tax was the major factor. Mr. Speaker, that is exactly why this bill is important. Small businesses and consumers alike are seeing the costs skyrocket under this Liberal government. As representatives, it's our duty and our responsibility to ensure that each of our constituents can afford their groceries, can afford to heat their homes in the middle of January, and can afford to keep providing jobs for their communities. No one should ever have to be let go from a job because their company is being taxed to death. The Liberal government will collect billions in new tax dollars as a result of charging GST on their mandatory price on carbon. The shameless tax grab is unfair to Canadians, and it's not what the Prime Minister promised to keep the price on carbon revenue neutral. We'll be right done. I want to thank the member from Langley Aldergrove for bringing this incredibly important bill forward and to our attention. And I call on those sitting across from me today and to all of their colleagues to support this bill and help your Prime Minister keep his promise to Canadians. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Accordingly, I invite the honourable member for Langley Aldergrove for his right of reply. The honourable member has up to 5 minutes. The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank God for this opportunity to have a private member's bill. I was number 71, and a vast majority of members of Parliament in this House do not get a chance to actually present a bill. It's around 45 bills a year. So here we are 2 years in, and number 71, mine. I now have the opportunity to close debate on this important bill. So I also want to thank, in my office here in Ottawa, Megan, Liat, Mackenzie, and Maxime for their support in preparing for today in my riding of Langley. Annette, Rebecca, and Jane for their support. And of course, my wife, Diane. We've been married 45 years this month. And the wisdom that I have from her and her support, I couldn't do this job without her. So thank you. So it's really important that, Speaker, that we have a bill that means something, that's not meaningless. So I consulted with my constituents, and overwhelmingly, I heard support for this bill, 342, that fundamentally says it's wrong, it's unfair to charge taxes on taxes. It is. And Canadians understand that. Unfortunately, many in this House do not. The government has a legacy of broken promises and saying one thing and doing something else. And we just heard that it will have negligible effect, no effect on the tax burdens of Canadians. Well, that's not true. This year, $130 million are being taken out of the economy of British Columbia and Alberta through GST on the carbon taxes in those provinces. The Prime Minister said it would be federally revenue neutral, and this is good for the environment. We all want to do our share on the environment. We all want to be fair. But what we were told and what actually is the truth are two different things. This will have an impact, $130 million this year being sucked out of Alberta and British Columbia. Next year, it'll be $250 million, and that's just for the western provinces. When this carbon tax has been mandated by this Prime Minister comes into effect, we're talking billions of dollars every year being sucked out of the economy on just GST. GST on the carbon tax, the mandated carbon tax. Now, we heard from the Liberals that we need fair taxes and that this would not be fair to not tax a tax on tax. Now, that's really hard for me to grasp, and I don't even really want to try to grasp that it's fair to charge taxes on taxes, and to stop this would be unfair. To say that the GST is a tax on goods and services, a carbon tax, is it a goods? No. It is services? Well, I guess in the Liberals' mind, a tax is a service to Canadians. But Canadians don't believe that, Mr. Speaker, and it's unfair to charge a tax on tax. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister promised it would be revenue neutral. This is what the Canadian media is saying. Tim Powers of the Power and Politics said it's not revenue neutral when you're applying a second tax. More money does actually come into the federal coffers. We've seen that in the budget. We're talking billions of new dollars coming into the federal coffers in the GST. The GST will be charging tax on tax. Rosemary Burton from CBC said it's not really about what it'll cost the consumer. It's about the government's claim that it's revenue neutral, and it's not. And in Capstick said it's not revenue neutral, it's profitable to the federal government. So Canadians get it, the media gets it. Unfortunately, my colleagues across the way do not get it, Mr. Speaker. It's not fair to charge a tax on tax. I hope this House will do the right thing and support 242. Thank you.
The question is as follows. Mr. Warawa, seconded by Mr. Sopuck, moved that Bill C-342, an act to amend the Excise Tax Act, carbon levy, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes! All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. Nay! In my opinion, the nays have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the Recorded Division stands deferred until Wednesday, October 25th, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. And it being 2:13 p.m., this House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.